So, tere homiktus, labrit, labas rytas, good morning. I'm very pleased to welcome you, all of you, to our annual partner kickoff event, CyberSec Pulse 2022, which brings together Hermitage Solutions represented vendors and, of course, our valued partners. Realities of life dictates us to hold this event second year in a row online, but I really hope it is the last time. So hopefully we will get out of the woods next year and we'll meet live. What is different though this year, event is open not just to partners, but also to end users, public and private organizations. Before we start, I would like to reflect that 2021 was pretty active for IT security, for IT sector in general, since market continued to go through active digitalization process. Unfortunately, cyber threats and incidents were growing at the same or even larger scale. Specific attacks like phishing or ransomware were trending and making headlines around the world. Baltic states were not immune to this as well. If we fast forward to 2022, it seems that digitalization here in Baltics won't lose its pace since market understood the value of it. And as well, there are EU funds coming up, and in general, massive money in the market will continue to fuel the digitalization process. And we predict that cybersecurity will gain bigger importance and place within these budgets, bigger importance within these budgets, and a bigger part of it will be allocated to cybersecurity. Because previously, in those previous digitalization waves, most of these resources were allocated to hardware, software procurement, and development services. Another factor contributing to importance of cybersecurity will be compliance, as 2021 formed precedents for fines. More visible ones were GDPR mishandling, for example. One more thing, what we noticed by having numerous discussions with partners, that another trend emerging, that is transitioning to buying IT as a service. So more of IT integrators and our partners, resellers, will go or grow the managed services as part of their businesses. This being said, we as Hermitage Solutions will also focus more on vendors who are MSP ready to support our partners in this transition, which mainly is being influenced due to tense human resource situation in the market and growing attack vectors. Thus, more end user organizations, small or big ones, are looking which parts could be acquired as a service rather than growing competence in-house. I'll leave it there with insights from our end, as more of this from the past and the future you will get from today's speakers who are coming from different fields within the industry. We have a well-diversified agenda, which is split in two tracks. Thus, before I would like to introduce my colleague Gatis, who will take you through some housekeeping rules so that you could take the most of today's event. So take it away, Gatis.
Thank you, Paulius. Thank you for welcoming speech and greetings you from Riga. Wow, I see here many IT industry professionals from different parts of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. Hello, and nice to see you here. If you have joined, then you are lucky, because in 2 parallel sessions, you will be able to meet 14 different hot IT security and infrastructure vendors. You are lucky because from each vendor, you will hear only the most interesting part. Speakers have shortened their 40-60 minutes PowerPoints and will deliver the key message in just 20 minutes. You are lucky because you will not need to run around venue place to find next speaker. It will be just one click away. And if for any reason you miss some session or part, don't worry. You will get recordings later. So to make event smooth and friendly to everyone, I will introduce you with some guidance and housekeeping rules. At first, I welcome you one more time in our conference platform. If you are here, then you saw this screen, right? This was the main view where you can see track 1, track 2, and agenda. Please pay attention to agenda, where you can find all your interesting topics. However, as you see in your screens now, then in both tracks at the bottom section of the screen, you have agenda as well. A small hint, if you click on agenda, it will become larger, so it will be easier to read it. You can try it now. So here are both tracks. I think it does not require additional user guides, right? So let's continue. Now we all are on track 1, When sessions will start, you will need to choose either remain in this track, or if other topic is more relevant, you can switch to track 2, or in opposite way from track 2 to track 1. It can be done pretty easy just by clicking at the left top of the screen, as you can see in my slide. Other button where you can read leave conference, it will not be used today. If during the event you will have any questions, suggestions, any technical issues, or just want to say hi, you can do it in Hermitage Solutions chat box on the right side. But if you are willing to talk, then there is option. In each track, you will find 2 virtual networking rooms where you can have a personal discussion with help systems, Tripwire, Datto, or Cryptshare. Just choose a room and join it. If you won't be let into this room straight away, please be patient and wait a little bit. Could be that vendor is talking already to someone, but if waiting is too long, then please let us know and we can organize separate Q&A call with you. So I think from housekeeping, this is it. We can switch to presentations. Just grab your drink and popcorn and enjoy the day. Paulus will stay on track 1, where first presentation will be from help systems. Help systems will talk about effective data protection. This should be very interesting. But also track 2, a presentation from Cryptshare about secure email exchange will be exciting. So Paulus, good luck in track 1 with help systems, and I'm switching to track 2 to meet Cryptshare and some of you there. Do the same if you want to switch. Okay, good luck, Paulus.
Good luck to you guys as well. So let's rumble, I guess. And as Gatis mentioned in this room, first session will be presented by Ian Davis from Help Systems. By the way, this vendor is pretty new in our portfolio. This being said, they have a broad range of technologies to cover data security, identity and asset management, compliance, and infrastructure protection. Ian will explain how to have an effective
Hello everyone to track 2. I see people are joining, so let's wait a little. Oktay, how are you?
Yeah, hello to everybody, and of course also a warm welcome to the Hermitage Solutions CyberSec Pulse 2022 from my side. Thank you very much, Gatis and Paulius, for the introduction. Yes, I'm fine. I'm healthy at the moment. I think this is the most important thing at the moment. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be healthy and to be able to present today. And yeah, thank you very much for the introduction.
I'm sure that your presentation will be very interesting and yeah. So let's okay. Actually, I will make a short intro because I know Cryptshare very well. So I also could present it, but better you do it.
Of course. Yeah.
As a daily user of Cryptshare, it's really good technology. So yeah, and for others who maybe does not know, then Cryptshare is meant to exchange with large files or sensitive information in a secure way and easy way, because you can do it from Outlook. And also you can make it that your systems communicate with your customers or partners automatically with APIs. And yeah, Cryptshare has proven their place in Baltic market, as it is used by many organizations, starting from small customers and up to financial institutions who have several thousand users. Yeah, so I see, Oktay, your today's topic is how Cryptshare can help our guests visitors to secure B2B communication in 2022, right?
Yeah, that's completely right. And it's not only the B2B communication, it's also the B2C and the
Correct.
C2B communication. This is quite interesting. The topic was just the B2B, but if we have a deeper look on Cryptshare, you could do it bidirectional. So if you're sending files to a recipient, he can answer directly with Cryptshare to you. And it don't have to be a business person. It could also be a private person. Like for banks or financial institutions, it is very important to email to the customers. So that's why Cryptshare comes in place.
Yeah, correct. Because actually, most of banks are using Cryptshare for this purpose, especially.
Yeah.
Okay, I give stage to you. You can. I think you can start then.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Gatis. Thank you very much, Paulus, for the introduction. And of course, again, hello to everybody and a warm welcome to the Hermitage Solutions Cybersecurity Pulse from 2022. Yes, of course, we would like to be together in real life, having some nice conversations about IT security topics. But unfortunately, it is not possible at the moment to meet with so many people together in one place. And yeah, hopefully the next CyberSec Pulse will be possible to talk face to face and in person. So we will see what happens in the next month. And yeah, but due to IT, it is at least possible to have the cybersecurity pulse as an online event. So I'm happy to be here. My name is Oktay Umul from Cryptshare. And today I would like to tell you more about how to secure your B2B, B2C, and even your C2B communication in 2022. During our presentation, I will ask you some questions, which we can either answer in the session itself or afterwards together in a separate meeting within our virtual meeting room, which is also provided by Hermitage Solutions. So my colleague Bastian Keller and I myself will be happy to answer all your questions in a separate session as well. So of course, it is always possible to ask directly our partner, the Hermitage Solutions, or to ask their partners to set up a test installation. So to start with the agenda, I would like to start with a really short company overview. After that, I will make an introduction to the topic ransomware and email, and focus more on the topic how this B2B and B2C and C2B communication in 2021 could be done, especially with email security. Another point on my agenda are the challenges of the email, which we face every day, some use cases and advantages of Cryptshare. And at the end, I will show you within a video how easy it is to use Cryptshare, especially with the possibility of the electronic identification, the so-called EID. And of course, at the end, there will be some time left for questions and feedback. So as some of you may already know, my name is Oktay and I work as an international business development manager for Cryptshare. And I'm responsible for Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all the Baltics, Eastern Europe, and the whole world. So I'm situated at our headquarters here in Freiburg in southern Germany, where you can see from the picture. And I'm the first contact person about new projects for partners and their customers to consider that your email communication is secure. So Cryptshare was founded in the year 2000, so we are not a startup and know our business for more than 20 years. We have subsidiaries or branch offices in the Netherlands, the UK and the US, and we are ISO 27001 certified. At the moment, Cryptshare is installed by more than 2,000 customers and used by 4 million licensed users in over 30 countries. So we are all in the headquarter, support, customer care, development teams, which are working together in one department. So Cryptshare is not developed somewhere else. So let us start with the first question. So did you know that email is the most common gateway for ransomware attacks? So I put you a lot of facts and figures on that slide, but that's necessary, I would say, to just clarify all the situation. But what is ransomware? of course, a lot of you know that. A lot of you perhaps have already faced two kind of ransomware, or crypto Trojans, encryption Trojans, blackmail Trojans. Some call them extortion software. So what are these? These are malicious programs developed to allow intruders access to a computer's data. So access to your data. And access to the computed data is either blocked or all the data is encrypted and only unlocked again against payment of a ransom. So within Europe, the best known are probably Loki, the BKA Trojan, WannaCry, and of course, Emoted, one of the most common way. So in this case, it is of course important to know how does this ransomware enter a company. So ransomware can enter via file types where it is possible to deposit active code. For example, in Office macros or embedded in PDF files, which are often sent as email attachments. And as you can see, 30% of all business emails contain attachments. So there's always a potential risk to be infected. However, it is also possible, of course, to become infected by visiting an infected website or by clicking in a link where Emoted is behind that. But the next question is, how can you protect yourself from ransomware? And how can ransomware be prevented with Cryptshare? That's a quite interesting question. Because Cryptshare uses a way to transfer files and messages that ransomware cannot automatically attack at the moment. So since attackers want to make money with as little effort as possible, you become rather uninteresting as an extortion victim. So as you can see in the graph on the right side, the increase in the last years is immense, which were caused and damaged payment by ransomware attacks. So, and there are also some kind of legal hackers, of course, from which you should be aware. So they are from different countries all around the world, like advocacy centers. They provide industrial espionage on request for companies of their origin countries. So it is not just the bad guys changing the game, how it was. It is also the good guys, I would say, which we have to be aware. And if we don't care about our emails and about our communication, then it's really easy to enter the company. So we have things of value in our economy. Then there's those who aim to kill the game. So in 2022, you have to be aware of a secure communication as well. So what do I believe? I mean, I believe, and this is not just opportunistic, that communication can be made more secure, especially to protect against cybercrime. Let's have a look on how communication in business is managed today. So how are companies using or organizations using digital communication? So we face to a lot of different communication partners, such as suppliers, the colleagues in the home office. We have got partners, service providers, and in some cases, we also face to private persons, to private people. And yeah, we have to communicate with them in a bidirectional way. So information only has value when we share it with our different communication partners. And how do we send the information in business environment every day while data is getting bigger and bigger? So Cryptshare enables you to exchange the confidential data spontaneously with any internal or external contact. So you can send and receive messages and files of any size in an encrypted and traceable way. So it is not necessary that your communication partner knows the system you are using. So for example, end users with banks or insurance companies or public authorities with citizens. So there's also the private contact, and this is what Cryptshare comes in place. And also in the healthcare organization, we have to communicate with a private person. So what is the key point of the external communication? Yeah, I tell you, it's the security aspect, because we would like to have this data sent secure, and we don't want to that others see what we are sending to our communication partners. So the topic was ransomware. Of course, how does it infect us? How does it come into our organization? And another point which I would like to ask is, what do you use in your company at the moment? So on which way is your data transferred? So what I always face to is USB sticks, for example. But what is the alternative? So of course, there's some risk and potential entry points when communicating with outside the company, but we need this communication. One of my questions, so how do you send it? How do you send the personal data? How do you send salaries, contracts, company figures, and all the secure documents? So what do you use in your company? What I also often see in organizations is that they use bike couriers with USB sticks, or in hospitals, you can see that CDs, compact disc, and DVDs are printed to give the patients the information from their radio scans. So some are using secure or unsecure file sharing, also like Dropbox or WeTransfer. But what about to protect your email and use the standard email? Just send it from your Outlook. Just send it out like it is a normal email, but put some 100 of gigabytes attachment on it. So why are we not using email? So I can understand. It's the most commonly still in 2022, it's still the email. An email is an old and established standard-based protocol, and it's not from a single manufacturer, but it works across the product. So we've got different manufacturers like Microsoft Exchange or 365. We got these HCL, former IBM Notes. We got Gmail and a lot of others. But manufacturers of these email solutions, they have extended the features of email, of course. But it's, for example, search functions or resubmissions, like folder structures, and highlight the color, etc. This is, of course, a real value for the users. But from the security aspect, there is still in 2020 a lack out of that. So what I always compare is email with a postcard. So what has an email and a postcard in common? A lot. So I can tell you, everybody can read them both freely. So everybody who gets in touch with the email, for example, my email service provider and others, could easily read and even change the content of my message. So if I don't care of my system, the email in standard is not secure enough, either for hacking reasons or for GDPR reasons. But what makes Cryptshare different with the email? So we make the email more secure and more comfortable. So as I said, email is still the most common gateway for ransomware attacks, as I already told in the beginning of my presentation. So email comes from the university environment and was not really designed for business use in standard. Email applications have evolved considerably, but the standard itself is about over 30 years old and has not evolved very much. So this results in 3 key problems in using the email. So the one is, it's not secure enough. So email protocol provides no encryption of data in transit. Thus, there's no protection against spying and manipulation. So the authenticity of an email sender and the recipients cannot be verified in the standard email. It's also not suitable for big files, so there's always a file size limit. So the most obvious problem for the user, size limits in your own email system or at the provider side or at the recipient side can prevent the delivery. So if you shift to alternatives for transporting large files, they are often adventurous. You have to switch the system, you have to activate another system, and yeah, the potential consequences are loss of time, loss of data, and loss of reputation. This means frustration among the users. At the end, there's no audit trail. So the traceability of an email, of a standard email, is that you can see when an email was sent, but from then on, you're completely blind. You don't know what happens. Is the email really entering the inbox of my recipient? So your message runs an unpredictable way from A to B via a chain of email servers that can be distributed around the world. So it could be everywhere, all around the world, even if you're just sending emails throughout Europe. So it's not clear which way they went and whether was read or copied or manipulated on the way. So if you do not prevent and secure your email and secure your file transfer, then users will find creative ways to avoid company IT and its specifications. So this is a worst case scenario for the whole IT department if you don't know which tools your users are using. So to protect against ransomware and cyber attacks, it is of course necessary to build up more than just email security and just to prevent shadow IT, especially in times of home office and the future of flexible working places. This brings the IT department to bigger hurdles. So if we have a look on the state of the art IT security, we have to check, okay, is the antivirus installed? Have you got a firewall? Do we have a look on the VPN to the offices? Was there security awareness training, some online meeting apps installed, which are secure enough? So since the attackers want to make money with as little effort as possible, you become rather uninteresting as an extortion victim. So every hurdle reduces the possibility or the probability of being blackmailed by ransomware. So it's like protecting houses against burglary. The harder you make it for the attackers, the less likely they are to go that route. So ultimately, there are any number of targets. So the attackers naturally choose the ones that are as lucrative as possible and at the same time as easy as possible to conquer. Therefore, there's not the one system to prevent ransomware, of course, but you can only take different protective measures. Cryptshare is one of many possible protective measures and a good way to make electronic communication more secure. So IT security is not new for us because communication channel and the standard email and everybody tries to get through this channel. And what we do is we secure your communication via email. You can use Cryptshare where it suits the best for your IT. Important is Cryptshare is not a public cloud system. It's more a business server. So it belongs to you. You can operate it wherever you want. So in this case, it's of course, the files, the information will never leave your company. On the right side, you can see we've got a web application for the ad hoc transfer, so everybody can use it. You don't need any installation of any kind of software. You don't need to have an Outlook or email client. What you need is an internet connection, an email address, and an HTML5 web browser. You have got the integration to Microsoft Outlook, to HCL Notes. And as Gart has already said at the beginning of the presentation, what we can also offer is the application programming interface. We've made some integration of CRMs like SAP or Microsoft Dynamics, so it is possible to send automatically and directly out of these systems. So please feel free to join our virtual meeting if you've got questions according to the topic of application programming interface, automated transfer with email, and feel free to join or feel free to ask directly at Hermitage Solutions, our strong partner from the Baltics. So let's have a look on use cases. I don't have to tell a lot about use cases. You can use Cryptshare for every organization and every industry. So it doesn't matter which kind of communication your company is focused on. If it's B2B, B2C, or even C2B, with Cryptshare, this is possible, and you can use it for every kind of communication. What I would like to show, especially in the manufacturing industry, is that 66% of the manufacturing industry was affected by cyber attacks, and it's still growing. So this means we have to be aware in 2022, and we have to protect our communication, and we have to protect our email communication and the large file transfer. So as we already said about the Cryptshare robot and the application programming interface, it's not only your employees, but also some of your systems that generate sensitive data and large files that need to be exchanged securely with context outside and of course inside your company. So even those systems can be linked to email, there are many files and data that you probably don't want to exchange unprotected, or they are simply too large for sending them this way. So automated transfer with Cryptshare is possible for mass distribution, so one to many or many to many. And with this, it's possible to send your data from file system, like sending documents, catalogs, technical descriptions. You can use your ERP system to deliver orders, order confirmations, and also from your website, from your web shop, or from the HR systems, which has to send payslips or commission statements. I've got an example here because I would like to show you how our customers solved different issues. For example, the Robert Koch Institute. The Robert Koch Institute, perhaps you heard about that, is the German governmental health institution who is actually or currently fighting against COVID-19. So what we needed was an automated and accelerated collaboration between the Robert Koch Institute, who's analyzing the COVID-19 test results, and 180 laboratories. At that time, the challenge was to submit COVID-19 test results automated from the laboratory systems to the Robert Koch Institute. And they had to send up to 500 gigabytes for just one analysis or for one blood sequence, because they had to analyze the mutations. Is it now Omicron? Is it another mutation? How can we act? How many mutations? And so on. And these analyses has to be solved in different issues as well. So what we did, thanks to the application programming interface, the laboratories collect and analyze the COVID-19 test results data and then send it to the Robert Koch Institute. As soon as the new data is available, it is automatically and immediately imported into the Robert Koch Institute systems. So there's no manual acceptance or anything manual needed. And the people can concentrate on their core business. Yeah, our unique selling points and of course the advantages of Cryptshare is it's easy to use. So like Gati said, everybody who can use email and can send an email and write an email can handle Cryptshare. So it's ad hoc. You don't need any installation or software installation or something. You can just send it through the web application, as already said in the beginning. And to come back to the topic with ransomware, it reduces attacking points and offers a security awareness. So there's simple administration, minimum operating costs, and you can integrate it in your email system. So therefore, we've got the secure B2B, B2C, and even the C2B communication guaranteed. So you've got complete control because the data is not leaving your company, either it's on site or it's hosted. So now I would like to show you a short video in which Cryptshare is working, for example, with the Swedish Bank ID. This is one of the used electronic identifications in Europe. And what we believe is to make the communication more secure and to avoid cyber attacks, we finally integrated the electronic ID together with one of our integration partners. How this could work with your EID, we can talk and we can have a look on that later. Now, have fun with the video.
Hello and welcome. As early as 2016, the member states of the European Union regulated electronic ID capabilities for their citizens in the digital marketplace. This provided a standardized basis to help companies and institutions as well as users add security and traceability to any digital process. This so-called eIDAS regulation brought about a multitude of national providers of compliant eIDs, all of which meet the same secure standard. Today, these eIDs can be used for authentication when communicating with authorities, banks, institutions in the health sector, and so on. However, usage varies widely in the north-south gradient. While in Sweden in 2020, more than 95% of its citizens use their eIDAS-compliant bank ID, there are far less opportunities for German citizens to use their new national electronic ID. However, it is gaining quick momentum and will become the de facto standard. We at Cryptshare firmly believe that digital communication is extremely valuable. An essential part of this is the hard identification and authentication of the participants involved. Meanwhile, the problem of secure email is being addressed by many different vendors. There are many proprietary systems, each with its own interpretation of key or password exchange. This, however, is being met with more and more pushback from end users who have to adapt from one system to the next. This adds a multitude of risks. Cryptshare has therefore decided to integrate this generally available eIDAS EU standard. This provides all users the benefit of using their national eID for authentication purposes within a secure exchange of information via platform-independent email. In the following animation, we'll show you our easy-to-use design using the example of the Swedish bank ID as a placeholder for any and all eIDs. The recipient of a Cryptshare transfer gets a Cryptshare download notification via email. They open it and click on the download button. Their web browser opens with the Cryptshare web app, and the recipient is requested to identify themselves with a QR code. The recipient opens the Bank ID app on their smartphone and scans the provided QR code. This code pre-qualifies them as the legitimate recipient. They subsequently enter their Bank ID security code and can then download the data provided in the Cryptshare web app from the server. This works without having any contact to the sender, say to exchange a password. The sender is automatically informed that their transfer has been delivered to the recipient via email once said data has been downloaded. Contact us and find out for yourself how we can support you by integrating your national eID solution. We look forward to hearing from you. Cryptshare, secure all the way.
Yeah, thank you very much for listening the video. So you are invited. So if you see some use cases, if you see some potential, or if you would like to learn more about the eID and email communication with Cryptshare, so please feel free to ask directly to our partner Hermitage Solutions or come and join to our virtual meeting room. So this is what and how your web application can look like, and this is how our customers solve the issue with secure email and secure large file transfer. Ricola from Switzerland, for example, made it really nice to show the corporate identity and the corporate design. So I'm now nearly at the end of my presentation, and I would like to thank you very much for listening. And yeah, just want to mention, taking into account there are different partners and cybersecurity institutions which we are working together with, and of course at the latest some of our customers. This is just a small reference list and a small selection of our customers. So thank you very much for listening, for attending, and of course you are now invited to ask some questions.
Thank you, Okte. Very impressive presentation. Yeah, video, at least for me, video didn't go so smooth. Maybe for attendees it went smoother, but I'm sure that we can later share this big file with Cryptshare to anyone.
Yeah.
So please let us know. But before you go, I would like to ask you one question.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about sensitive information with customers, organizations, and they are worried about two things. One is about secure exchange, where Cryptshare can help, but other thing is completely opposite. So they don't want to share. Organizations want to keep secure information internally, and that's why they are using for these DLP, data leakage prevention technologies.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is it possible to connect a DLP solution with Cryptshare so they can work hand to hand?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, to be protected against ransomware, it's not just necessary to protect your emails. It's of course necessary to have a data leak prevention tool, which helps you and which analyzes the malware or ransomware before. And that's exactly what we offer our customers, and what we help them to involve is to integrate the DLP system into the Cryptshare as well, into the Cryptshare process as well. So this is possible. We've got some antivirus tools which we deliver together with Cryptshare, but it's also possible to connect your own data leak prevention tool with Cryptshare, so that you can be sure, that the information or the attachments are scanned before they are encrypted and stored on the Cryptshare server. Because some of these technologies of email encryption does not make it possible to connect the DLP, because after it is encrypted, you can't scan it for malware or virus or anything else. So this is one of the big advantages, of course, of Cryptshare. And it's, yes, possible, Gatis, to connect a DLP tool to Cryptshare.
Okay, great. So thank you for answer and presentation. So yeah, as Dr. said, if someone from you have additional questions, you are welcomed to Cryptshare virtual room, and you can continue discussions there, or you can just message us and we can connect you. But now we can switch to our next presentation from Datto. Datto is one of the leading RMM vendors, and we are very happy to have them here. I see George has been connected, and today he will tell you more about the Datto RMM, how beneficial it can be if you need effectively to manage different endpoints remotely. So George, presentations always are very interesting. I'm sure you will enjoy it. George, hi. If you are ready,
very much, Gatis. Hi.
Then floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. So thanks everyone, and welcome to the Datto section of the demo. Now, Datto are actually a famous company in America, but you might not have heard of us so much in Europe. So I wanted to just start with a quick introduction as to who we are and to kind of explain who is behind this cool technology. And our first mission statement here is to create enterprise-grade technology for small and medium businesses. And I think that's a really quite important message, that we are not trying to make enterprise technology that costs the same as enterprise technology. We are taking the very best of what enterprise is using right now and bringing it to small and medium businesses so that the entire world can be secure instead of only those that can afford it. We are quite a big company now. We have 2,000 employees globally, and through some acquisitions, we have actually built up quite a big list of products that we create and support. But there is one common theme, and it's all around security. So the backup and disaster recovery for when security doesn't work, the monitoring systems to know if your security products are doing their job properly. We make our own security and defense systems. I'm sure you know very well from movies and things that the network that people work in is a big part of security. And security cannot happen without some process around it. A nice technique to follow up on problems and to provide reports and things. And Datto makes some service management systems too. But yeah, like I said, 2,000 employees, and probably a name that you might not have heard of before today. So we are international. We have about half of our employees in the USA and half of our employees around the rest of the world. I'm working from the UK right now, but our Copenhagen office, which was set up in 2019, supports all of the Baltic region as well. And I think if I was to give you one statistic about Datto that is quite impressive, that helps you feel confident that we know what we're doing here. We host 1 exabyte of data in our cloud. That is 1 billion gigabytes. We have been doing backup since 2007, originally with servers, then now more recently with Microsoft 365 as well, and laptops and desktops. So yeah, if you think about a YouTube video, for a YouTube video to be 1 exabyte in size, it will be a 10,000 year long YouTube video. So that's a huge amount of data. All right, so what I want to cover today. What did Datto do in the world of cybersecurity in 2021? Because I think there's January and okay, we are just hitting February today, but this is the right time to stop and think about what was the trends of last year, what increased, what's decreased. Then I want to make things a bit fun. I am actually going to run a ransomware attack. I did not tell the Hermitage team about this one, so hopefully that's okay. It's all under control though. I promise I'm not infecting anyone. Then we look at how to protect in 2022. And then finally, of course, some questions and answers. So that is the plan. And let's see how we get on with time. So the first thing I wanted to mention is Datto was quite privileged and honored at the start of this year. In January, 2021, we were invited to join the Institute for Security and Technology Ransomware Task Force, which sounds a little bit like the A-Team, some kind of action hero team. But this is a group of quite a lot of companies and all very specialized in security or very important in the wider ecosystem of cybersecurity. And this is the list of businesses that are invited to provide a global framework for how to improve our response to ransomware. And that has a few factors, like preparing businesses better, providing better recovery tools, disrupting the way that cyber attackers work in making ransomware. So out of all of these businesses, Datto stands out as the one that is here for the IT service companies of the world. So I know a PowerPoint slides with statistics. I will not bore you too much here, but I wanted to just highlight that this cyber attacking landscape has only increased in COVID times. It is not like the attackers work from home, so now they cannot continue doing their dirty business. They are always able to expand and grow. And one of the biggest trends that we saw is that the number of attacks are increasing, and actually the underlying technology behind those attacks is not changing so fast. I'm going to explore that one a bit later when we come to email security, but I want you to keep that idea in mind. You can have cyber attacks that are still using the same type of WannaCry ransomware, for example, but the way that they are delivered and the way that they are brought into a customer's network can be changing quite rapidly. We make a global ransomware report every year, and this is our ransomware report from 2021. I'm going to provide all the slides in our virtual meeting room afterwards, so please come and join us there, and I will provide you all of the links you might need. But I'm just going to click into this one because we have 1 million customers, businesses around the world using Datto technology of some type. And we can then bring a lot of data into an overview report. So for example, let's have a look at this here. What is the main reason for ransomware attacks? Well, phishing emails. I guess that was probably not a surprise to anyone. But what are the consequences? What happens if you are infected? I will zoom in because I can see that the screen share is a bit small there. That should do. Well, you're getting loss of business productivity is a really major factor. And how much does it cost? This is really the thing that if you are an IT professional or you are concerned about cybersecurity, you want to come back to your business and bring some motivation to the people that hold access to the budget. If you can show them numbers like this, this will definitely help your cause. It can be incredibly costly to have a ransomware attack. And for many small and medium businesses, getting a major cyber attack is the end of their business. Simple as that. So we need to protect against it. We need to be able to recover from it. And that's really what Datto specializes in. So let's have a look at Datto RMM. And this is a list of the major attacks that Datto built fixes for in 2021. Maybe not complete fixes, some of these are quite complex attacks, but for example, more recently in December, there was the log4, there was the log4 shell attacks or log4j attacks. And that was a terrifying attack where if your server was running Java and it was public facing, as in you could access it some way from the internet, there was a possibility for an attacker to run arbitrary code. But actually, it didn't need to be an attacker. This was actually found out because of Minecraft, because Minecraft servers run on Java. And even, 8-year-old children were able to send attacks to each other, to their friends, and take down each other's Minecraft servers and run whatever code they wanted. An incredibly dangerous attack. It was rated 10 out of 10 on the CVE scale. And within 2 days of that being public knowledge, Datto had built this tool that you could run on your servers that would be able to prevent the attack from infecting your computer, and also tell you how many times, if at all, your servers had already been attacked. So really, really powerful things. I'm sure you recognize this. This is like a list of your ex-girlfriends or something, the types of attacks you didn't want to see again, but here they are back on screen. So what is Datto RMM? Why am I talking about this Datto RMM product? Well, it is a remote monitoring and management tool, and we are the most secure RMM system. This is something that I can feel very confident about. I have some good evidence on the next slide. But at a high level, it is a software you install on computers that feeds back to a central management system and allows you an automatic database of computers, an ability to do patch management for Windows, Linux, other software as well. You can make changes to 1,000 computers at the same time if you need to. And you can also do remote control, like going to a screen share or going to a remote command line, something like this. So that's a lot of power. And a product like this has to be handled very responsibly, and it has to be very well secured. And it's for that reason that Datto in 2021 went through the BSIMM certification program. Now, this is not like you pay a lot of money to a company and they give you a certificate that you can put on your website. This is one of the toughest, if not the toughest, for software security in the business. It is also not a one-time job. You do the first assessment, and then every year you are reassessed, and they are marking how much you can improve each year, not even just are you meeting the yes or no standards. You have to improve each year. The other businesses that you might recognize that are doing this type of certification, well, Microsoft and Google and Cisco and Banks of America and PayPal. This is like I said, a very, very difficult certification. Now, the one thing that I wanted to show you today in more detail is this ransomware detection for RMM. We built out some custom detection of ransomware and added it into our RMM products, because you should have the RMM agent installed on every laptop, every desktop, every server. So we already have eyes over the world of what we need to protect. So if we can then use all of those devices to detect ransomware, that gives us a much better chance of fighting back and stopping it being so big a damage. So again, at this point, I'm going to hop over into my interface here. This is Datto RMM. I have a list of all of my computers that I manage. Let's say, for example, this customer here. I have desktops, I have servers. I can even control printers and switches and things like this as well. You get some cool features like automatic network maps. Come on, where is it? There it is. So we can see what is connected to our network and scan for unknown devices and things like this. But what we are going to do today is we are going to show two cool examples. The first one, I have 265 computers in my test system. If I want to, I can find a group which is all of my Windows servers with Java installed. Okay, so I look for operating system, contains Windows Server, and I look for software installed, contains Java. Okay, so I click save, and now it'll take like 5 seconds or something, even quicker than that. Here are all of the servers I have with Java. I can select all of them. I can click to apply that script that we looked at earlier, the log4shell protection. And with a couple of settings in here, I want to scan everything. I want to enable the protection, which will mitigate against the attack. And I want to write the results back into the system in field 20 or something. If I click go now, then all of my Java infected servers can be protected in about 30 seconds. And this is the power of a centrally managed monitoring system, is that we do not have to go to each server separately. We do not have to spend hours and hours looking up all of the devices that we need to manage. It is all in one place. Now, the second cool example I wanted to show you, I'm just going to look for one of my servers right now. And this poor server, it has a hard life. I do not give it a good antivirus, and the antivirus it has is disabled. I do not do the Windows updates because this server is one that every day basically gets infected with ransomware. I wanted to show you this because a lot of people hear about ransomware all the time and they never see an actual attack. They never see it in real time. Even if your company has been impacted, which statistically, it is likely that someone attending here today has been infected with ransomware. You did not really see it yourself. You just saw the results. Now, I just ran this Excel document from the desktop. Yes, I need to buy a license of Microsoft 365, oops, but that was not Excel. This, if I hover, is actually saying VB script. That is a script that is now running through my machine, and all of my data is becoming infected. Okay, so that's bad news, obviously. We could wait for a little bit here and we would get the red message, the message of doom that I'm now infected with ransomware, but we do not really have time for that. So what will happen at this stage is first, we can get an automatic alert like this one saying your computer is infected with ransomware. So we know straight away. Second, it can find the ransomware process that did this and it can automatically kill it. And third, it can take this server and remove it from the network so that it is automatically stopped from spreading to other computers. It's really, really powerful. So now I have a disaster on my hands. I have to get my server back online, and I want to quickly show you another Datto product, because if you are using our backup and disaster recovery system, I could now take the backup from only 3 minutes ago. We can do backups every 5 minutes, it's kind of crazy. And I can start that failed server, which is sitting over here. Now it has the ransomware message, yeah. And I can get it back online. I will have exactly the same server from 3 minutes before the attack. I'm just comparing the time. This is in a Central Europe time zone. And now it is starting into Windows again. Really incredible recovery speed. Now, talking of speed, I have more that I wanted to talk about, and I think I will run out of time a little bit. So another invitation to come to our virtual meeting room. But let's just quickly cover a few other things that Datto has been working on. So let's come back to PowerPoint. This one here is an article describing that Datto acquired a threat detection business called BitDam in March 2021. Now, there is a very good reason for this, right? I think Microsoft said recently that they have 250 million customers around the world using Microsoft 365. And the traditional type of spam filtering and email security is starting to fail very badly at the moment. What they are missing is this idea of everyday unknown threats. Some people call it a zero-day attack. So this is where someone has taken their attack and they've made some changes and tried it again. And then they made some changes and tried it again. And every day they are coming up with new changes to try and get past this spam filter. But you don't have to do this by hand anymore. You can use machine learning. You can use unlimited cloud resources to make an automated application that makes hundreds and thousands of attacks. And that means that 25% of these attacks are getting through traditional security products like Microsoft ATP. Like I said, like the thousands and thousands of variations that we detected last year, Emotet and Dridex and WannaCry even, not completely new types of ransomware, but just delivered in a new way. So what BitDam does, and is now called Datto SaaS Defense, is it does not go by a list of what is good and what is bad. That would be too slow. What we do instead is we test. We take the file, we take the thing that was sent, and we open it and we try and use it. And we tell you, is this working like a normal document, or is this working like a cyber attack? And I wanted to show you a very quick example of this as well. So this one here, this started its life as an email in Outlook. I'm gonna, again, zoom in a little bit so we can see better. It started its life as an email, but in that email was a zipped folder. That zipped folder had a password on it. SaaS Defense here was able to test different words from the email and unlock that zipped attachment. Then it found a Word document. Cool, Word document, not so scary. Well, it can be scary if that Word document has got a macro running inside it. So a Word document that starts accessing your command line and executing different processes is very scary. And we were able to identify that through, what was that, 3 layers of different attacks. So some really, really cool technology. The latest is actually at the start of this year already, we have acquired an EDR and MDR business, which is more like antivirus threat detection, but probably a lot cooler. I just have not used it yet. So yeah, okay, I got a bit excited and skipped the ransomware to earlier in the meeting. So I think there is always this feeling with cybersecurity presentations like this, that it's all doom and gloom, right? So there is automated variations in the attacks that are being created. We've seen some unbelievable deep fake attacks, but also just deep fake in the wider community now, where I can look and sound like Gattis if I want to. Sorry, Gattis. Yeah, I'm taking your identity now. There has been lots of news about supply chain attacks and open source technology. Is it secure? Ultimately, everything is getting more complex, and it looks like a very difficult landscape to get around. This is only some ideas of what you might need to do as a business to stay secure in the modern world. But don't overwhelm yourself. Don't go to this level of depth if it is going to be too much to manage and you cannot do it alone. I think the best thing I can say about this page here is that this is the perfect reason that if you find cybersecurity a bit overwhelming, a bit scary, find an IT service company, find local specialists that can support you, and take this part of your business as part of their own responsibility. Because there are so many good IT service companies out there and they're very ready to support you. But here is a simpler and nicer approach to cybersecurity, the NIST framework. I think this is so popular because it is quite simple. But first, we want to identify what do we have that needs protecting. That could be what computers and servers do we have, but it can also mean what data do we have that needs protecting. And Datto RMM is very good at that. Then we want to protect. We want to stop bad stuff coming in, which means doing our updates and putting up extra layers of defense. And Datto RMM and SaaS Defense are good for that. Then we want to detect if something has happened. And RMM and antivirus is probably the right products for this. If we can respond, especially automatically, even better. Let the RMM system kill the ransomware attack for you so that you do not have to chase it around the network. And finally, no system is perfect, and you will always need to have an option to recover as well. So that's where your backup and disaster recovery comes in. Okay, I think I just about got back on schedule, but I did not leave very long for Gattis to ask any questions. So I'm sorry for that. Yeah, back over to you, Gattis. Thank you.
Okay, really nice, nice presentation and demo. So I think you need to more secure your server.
Yeah, I do.
But
It's not as fun when it has good security though. So
yeah, but to be honest, there are still servers in organizations which are not secured, so this can be real scenarios.
absolutely.
Yeah, let's discuss a few things. Datto is a cloud solution, and we still hear that some organizations are skeptical to cloud. What would be your answer if someone would say that data in their private office is more secure than in the cloud?
I think a simple way to think about this is like keeping money in your house versus keeping money in your bank. There will always be people that feel that it is, well, actually, there's many reasons. I do not want to say one is always better than the other. But ultimately, if you are putting your data in the cloud, it is like putting your money into a very secure vault with a 24/7 security team with automatic guns ready to defend your money, compared to having to build all of that yourself. It is definitely not a disadvantage to have your data in a cloud, but there will always be situations like requirements from the law or of your country, and that is okay as well. So we are flexible to both, but yeah, I think this cloud move has been a bit slower than people thought, because there is so much resistance to having data outside of your own control in that sense. Okay.
Thanks. And then one more thing is which I would like to ask is, Datto is all around the different endpoints, and you see wide information from them, right? So knowing that you address also cybersecurity, from your perspective, how nowadays should laptops be protected? Which is the best scenario?
So I think it comes down to understanding that a laptop itself, yes, it is valuable. It could cost €1,000 or something. But if you can replace a laptop, put all the data back on it, then that is actually perfectly okay for most users. They do not need to have exactly the same laptop. So what we need to do is to use something like BitLocker to encrypt the data in case that laptop gets lost or stolen. We need to have automatic updates so that it cannot be used as an entrance for an attacker. And of course, we need to have backup of the user's data in case everything does go wrong. So encrypt and protect and have recovery options. That's probably the main three for a laptop or a desktop.
Thanks.
Okay.
And is there a way how Datto can help to create a good cybersecurity strategy for organization?
We have lots of ideas, but ultimately the answer is no. We cannot provide a cybersecurity consultancy to every company in the world. And that's really why I said that you should find an IT service company. If you are looking for support in your IT security strategy, IT service companies are in your region. They maybe speak your language better than I do. They will be much better at understanding your environment and supporting it. So we really love working with IT service companies because they can be the specialist close to the businesses we want to support.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, George. Really, if you have questions, then if you are partners, then please come and we can give you more information. Or if you are a customer organizations, then we can connect you with these service companies who can, with that help of Datto, provide you extra services. So thank you again, George.
Thank you.
Once more, I would like to remind you that there is this virtual room for Datto as well, so you can go and visit. I'm not sure will George be there, but someone from Datto definitely will be there. So you can continue your conversation. And yeah, we are. Thanks, George.
Right.
So yeah, we are right on time. And as the next speaker, I would like to welcome Guillaume from Entrust. Yeah, this is answer from George about these banks and keeping money at house or in a bank relies with Entrust topic, because this topic will be very relevant to organizations who are moving to cloud, and Entrust can provide additional security layer to different cloud workloads by encryption. So at the end, HITRUST can provide 100% control about money which you keep in a bank. So in these cloud environments, wherever they are located. So Guillaume, French is not my strong side. I hope I told your name correctly.
Yeah, it's perfectly pronounced. Thank you.
Okay. I thought maybe Guillaume. Sounds more French.
So good morning, everyone. So can you hear me well and everything's okay on your side?
Yep, we hear you perfectly, so you can take it over.
So yeah, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this webinar. So my name is Guillaume Cesbron. I'm a technical sales consultant working for Entrust. So Entrust is a company that provides products and solutions in the field of payment security, identity security, and data protection. So today I will discuss about some of the challenges that businesses have when they operate in the cloud, and the approach of Entrust for addressing these challenges. I will first I will focus on private clouds, knowing that these challenges can be extended to the public cloud as well. So I do have a deck here. I'll go over, but if you have any specific questions, so feel free to ask them. So first of all, security, of course, is top of mind for enterprises operating in the cloud. So what are the challenges that companies have? First of all, it's about securing your data sensitive workloads. So business looks to leverage the cloud for innovation, and one of the challenges they face is the protection of sensitive data. Regulations such as the GDPR or PCI DSS drive the need to complete data confidentiality and exclusive control over encryption keys. Many financial or healthcare organizations need to scale solution while keeping highly sensitive data secure. The second challenge is about mitigating threats. So a threat is any potential danger to information or system. For instance, a threat could be someone or any trying to go into an unauthorized user trying to go into a system or a network. It could be a system malfunction. However, most of the time, the threat is an employee making an unintentional mistake, such as exposing, and when it does that mistake, it can expose confidential information, it can destroy data integrity, or it can also cause a service disruption. So 4 years ago, I was working for a bank, deploying an encryption solution for the bank. And one day, suddenly 5,000 VMs rebooted at the same time. And there was a massive, the reboot of the machine caused a massive disruption of service, resulting in bad publicity for the bank. And the IT management decided to freeze production and pre-production for several months. The project I was working on was stalled for several months, and other IT project as well. It turned out that this was caused by a system admin trying to deploy a patch on all the VM. So they had a new tool called IBM Fix, which is a tool for deploying patches. And the patch was not supposed to do anything at all. It was just a test. And the admin forgot to uncheck a button, or a checkbox, sorry, which was kind of hidden, that said reboot machine after the deployment of the patch. So users do mistakes. And the real question is how do you prevent privileged user from making mistakes that could be catastrophic for your infrastructure? Challenge number 3, it's about maintaining continuous compliance. So you need to have a continuous security monitoring so that you know at any point whether you are compliant with your security policy and standards. Having an approach and a set of tools that let you manage security and compliance or ensure compliance is very important. It's about gaining insights about your posture and your compliance, but it's not enough, right? You need to have actionable intelligence so that you can start to remediate. For instance, when someone tries to stop a firewall on one ESXi host, you need to know that, to detect that, and you need to remediate immediately. The ability to gain insight and having the insight into actionable intelligence is important. Challenge number 4, it's about the cloud infrastructure itself. So the infrastructure is constantly changing. It's a living and breathing thing. If you got hundreds of VMs, thousands of VMs, and you've got a staff of 10 or 15 or 20 people, they don't really have the time to constantly make sure that the infrastructure is compliant. And with software-defined networking, virtual data centers and containers, infrastructure is now defined as code. Deployments happen several times a day, and DevOps can modify your production environment. These changes have increased the complexity and decreased the visibility into the security of underlying systems. That's why you have to automate the monitoring of your security, and also you have to automate the assessment of your compliance. Last challenge, but not the least one, is about removing friction. So it's about facilitating the adoption of security features and best practices, or removing the pain from adopting a new feature or a best practice. For instance, friction could be having to rely on an external product, or having to create a team for managing a third-party product. Nobody's looking for new vendors, right? And if you could find a way to move forward and provide additional security with the tool you already have, that would be a great thing. An example of other friction would be when you try to encrypt the data on the virtual machine. You have to schedule some downtime, and that makes the encryption of existing application difficult, because that will require a service disruption. And depending on how much data you have to encrypt, it might take 2 hours, 6 hours, 1 day to encrypt everything. And that's a potentially very long disruption of service. So it's about removing friction, is about removing, making things easier for the IT department. So now that I have presented the challenges, some of the challenges of the cloud, I'm going to show you how the Entrust workload security platform can address these challenges by offering first data encryption, key management, and workload security. So the platform provides extra layer of security around your infrastructure. The platform helps you to protect data through encryption and centralized key management. It helps to enforce security policies around the workload and maintain compliance through automation. It can be used to limit the risk of privileged admin based on using a role-based access model and secondary approval workflow. And it can audit all action of admin and send the logs to a SIEM like a Splunk, for instance. So let's start with the first solution of the workload security platform. That's this solution is called Key Control, and it's about management of key. It's about the management of encryption key. So why do we need key control for securing sensitive data workload? So when it comes to securing your data in vSphere, for instance, you can use something called vSphere encryption. It's a solution for encrypting VM It's a data at rest encryption solution, which was introduced with vSphere 6.5. However, in order to enable vSphere encryption, you need a KMS, or a key management system. This is where you can use key control. Key control is a VMware certified, FIPS validated, and scalable KMS that implements the key management protocol called KMIP. It's a standard protocol for managing keys. Key control can also be integrated with FIPS 140-2 compliant hardware security module, or HSM. So it can be used not only for managing the keys for vSphere encryption, but it can also be used to manage the key or any piece of software or hardware that support the KMIP protocol. So we can protect the keys of storage device, databases, backup solution, and hypervisor. So it can be used with Nutanix, for instance, NetApp, Pure Storage, Rubrik, MongoDB, and anything basically that support KMAP. A word about the second solution of the workload security platform. So what happened if you have a VM running in AWS or Azure or Google Cloud? So you can't use vSphere encryption out of the box because it only supports vSphere, obviously. What happens if you want a frictionless deployment of or encryption of your data, and you can't have any downtime, or you can't have any disruption of service? This is where you can use data control. So it can be loosely compared with vSphere encryption, but it has some differences. For instance, you can use the data control with AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud. It is integrated with key control, and key control here plays the role of a single pane of glass. And encryption is done without any downtime. And it also has built-in access control. That means that you can restrict access to the data to HR managers, or legal department, or the financial department. And so what can you protect or encrypt with data control? So you can encrypt archive document, customer data, intellectual property, and secrets, any legal, financial, or HR document, basically. So now let's talk about compliance. Auditing, sorry for that. So let's talk about compliance. So auditing and compliance are a growing pain for many CISOs and RT organizations. Compliance is happening at a variety of levels. It can happen at the application level. It can happen at the endpoint level, or it can also happen at the infrastructure level. So I'm going to talk about the compliance of your infrastructure. So managers are often complaining that their staff spend more and more time on compliance stuff. And when they get audited, they don't always meet the objectives or the security requirements, the security policy. And when the data breach occurs, so the question will be, were we compliant when the breach occurs? And this question may lead to difficult conversation with the management. This is where the third solution of the workload security platform comes in. It's called cloud control. So cloud control is about achieving continuous compliance and remediation. That's the third solution of the cloud security platform, of the workload security platform. Cloud control is designed to achieve and demonstrate compliance on an ongoing basis rather than every few months. So we use a method somewhere similar to the Plan, Do, Check, Act method, the PDCA, which was created by someone called Deming. And it's a PDCA was about the continuous improvement of processes and product. So our method is for ensuring the compliance of your infrastructure, and it's somewhat similar to the PDCA. It's a 4-phase method, so or 4-step method if you prefer. So step number 1, plan. The first step is to define the security baseline of that meets your security requirements. This can be accomplished using a built-in template from various regulatory or government standards such as PCI DSS, HIPAA, GDPR, or NIST 853. It can also be derived from best practice such as the VMware hardening guide. Step number 2, check. Once you have defined a baseline, a security baseline, you're going to assess the compliance of your infrastructure with the baseline. So you can do it manually, or you can schedule the assessment. You can do that every day, for instance. Step number 3, it's called the remediate step. Assessing the environment is only 50% of the way to achieving compliance. You need to correct non-compliances. Cloud Control can help you with that by performing automatic remediation. So if there's a service that should not be running in your infrastructure, so Cloud Control can stop that service immediately. And the last and final step is act. It's about continuous improvement. As I said earlier, the infrastructure is a living thing. It keeps growing. And also the standards may evolve. You may have to add another best practice to your infrastructure. So here the idea is to modify your security baseline, and you can use for that the built-in template, because these built-in templates are regularly updated with every release of Cloud Control. So it's not exactly the PDCA method, but it's pretty close. And it's an iterative method, and it's about continuous improvement. From here, I'm going to move to the second main use case of the Cloud Control platform. It's about preventing privilege admin misuse. If you remember my first slide, I said that the biggest threat was the employees themselves. So for instance, a mistake could be an admin misconfiguring a virtual switch, which drops connectivity with the production server. It can be an admin accidentally suspending a VM responsible for hosting a credit card processing application, or it can be an admin of a large financial institution making a typo in a PowerShell script and causing all the VMs to go offline. These examples are actually real life example, and these event happens because of a poor level of access control placed on privileged user, and Cloud Control can reduce that risk. So how does Cloud Control work to prevent privileged admin misuse? First of all, by implementing a role-based access model that span the entire infrastructure. Second, by allowing secondary approval workflows for critical operation. Cloud Control acts as a transparent proxy that intercepts, controls, authorizes, and logs action from privileged users. When an admin attempts an operation to perform a sensitive operation, such as deleting a VM, so the operation is assessed by Cloud Control based on the security policy and on the admin roles. So if the admin have the appropriate role, then Cloud Control will forward the operation to the vCenter or any other NSXT component. And if the operation is not authorized, then the denial is logged. So the role-based access model enables to enforce separation of duties and the principle of least privilege. So here's an example of how the secondary approval workflow works. So there is no such thing, if you're familiar with vSphere, for instance, or NSX, there is no such thing as secondary approval in vSphere or NSX. But you can use Cloud Control to require additional approval when a privileged user performs a sensitive or even a disruptive operation. So when he tries to delete a VM or tries to delete 100 VM, for instance, or modify the firewall configuration. So how does that work? So first of all, you create a secondary approval policy with a designated group of approvers. Then when a privileged user tries to do something which is sensitive, such as deleting a VM, Cloud Control intercepts that request, or he blocks the execution of that request, and then sends a notification to the approvers. If one of the approver of the designated group can approve that request or deny that request. So if the request is approved, the privileged user can execute the operation, or or if the request is not approved, then it will be notified of the denial. And here, let me show you something. So here, of course, that's a sensitive operation here, but if you do something which is not considered sensitive or dangerous, then the action or operation will not be blocked by Cloud Control. So Cloud Control only blocks sensitive operations such as deleting VM or putting ESXi host into maintenance, or disabling a firewall, for instance. And that concludes my presentation of the Entrust workload security platform. So it's about addressing some of the challenges I showed at the beginning of my presentation. So the Entrust workload security platform provide additional layer of security needed to protect your virtual infrastructure. The ultimate goal of the Entrust platform is to make the infrastructure more trustworthy by managing your encryption keys, encrypting your workloads, ensuring the continuous compliance of your infrastructure with standards such as GDPR, for instance. And it's about preventing privileged admin misuse with role-based access model and secondary approval workflows. So do you have any question regarding the presentation?
Thank you, Guillaume, for very valuable insights. Yes, I have a few questions which are appearing in our conversations from customers. So one is, so why should I care about setting my own key management infrastructure? Well, I can simply use encryption which is provided by cloud provider.
Yeah, so the problem with the encryption of if you use the encryption of cloud provider, then the encryption will only work with the cloud. First of all, it will only work with the cloud. And if you have a multi-cloud strategy and you have to move the VMs from one cloud to the other, it won't work. You will have to decrypt the data and re-encrypt the data using the native encryption technology. And here with the cloud security, the workload security platform, you can keep the same encryption, the same solution across all the clouds, including your private cloud, your vSphere and environment. So that would be one benefit of using data control, the workload security platform, over other cloud platform.
Okay. And if we talk about VMwares, so does Hyper offer only secure workload in VMware environment, or also Hyper-V are supported?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
Does Hyper offer only secure workload in VMware environments?
Oh no! As I said, you can encrypt your sensitive data workload in vSphere or OpenStack if you use OpenStack as an hypervisor, Nutanix if you use Nutanix for as your virtual infrastructure. And it also works in AWS, Azure, and Google. So you can encrypt your workload no matter where the VMs are running, on premises or in a public cloud.
Okay. And yeah, we know that today we have attendees from customers and from partners. One of partner who is looking in managed services providing business. So we had this question would be like, what would be ideal use case or customer for them to pitch high trust to their customers?
So I'm assuming here we're talking about customer doing managed service, managed service. So customer being managed service provider, MSP, right? So okay, that's a good question. Actually, we have a few cases like this at the moment. So for instance, what you can do, you can use key control as a KMS as a service, and you can use key control to your end customers for encrypting their VMs using vSphere encryption, vSAN encryption, or VTPM. So, and we I didn't mention that, but key control is support multi-tenancy. So if you want to have a separate domain or tenant for each customer, end customer, you can do that with key control, and you can manage the key for each customer in a separate area or separate domain, and you can provide key control as a key management system as a service. Same thing, of course, with data control, but data control is an encryption solution. So you could also, key control relies on, data control, the encryption solution, also relies on key control. So it would mean that the key control could be used for both managing the keys or encrypting the data.
Okay. Thank you, Guillaume. I see high trust as a very interesting technology, and with different products. Your technology is interesting for organizations. Okay, if anyone has questions, please let us know in a chat or on our email. So let's go forward with our agenda.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for listening. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the event. Thank you.
Merci to you.
Merci à vous.
So yeah, let's go forward with our agenda, and in a few seconds on the stage will be Mark from Fox IT. Hello, Mark. So while Mark is setting up, I will make a little disclaimer that topic from Fox will be specific and relevant to you if you know what is air gap, one-way communication, red and black networks, and at the end you know what is data diode, or if you don't know, then you are willing to get to know it. So yeah, hey, Mark, are you here? I think I hear you. So we have 1 minute, so in advance, so slowly we can connect, and hope everyone has a great day. So yeah, this will be the last but not least presentation before lunch break. So after 20 minutes, 25, we can go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Right.
So Mark is connecting. Now you are muted again. We have some technical issues, but no worries. So yeah, it's time to check what's in the other room. So I see that another room, Paulus will introduce you with ABX security from Arista. They will speak about network detection and response. But yeah, we are connecting to Netherlands, to Fox IT head office, and hopefully connection will go well. Maybe before, while Mark try to connect his voice, I will make a quick intro that yeah, Fox IT is the Netherlands vendor. They have a very specific solution, Data Diode, which provides one-way communication. So this technology is interesting for those who need to deliver information in one way. So either it's from secret environment to outside, so securing secrets.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Yep.
Or
My
an opposite
apologies.
way, when you need to get information inside your system, like in SCADA networks. So, but Mark will tell you more.
Okay.
Yep, Mark.
Do you also see my presentation now?
Yeah, now it's in. I think it's in this. It's not in presentation mode yet.
It's not.
Or it is. No. So try one more time.
Now you should see the screen.
We see this admin interface, but I think you can jump over. Just we see your notes maybe.
So weird this.
Yeah, now it's still.
Now it's okay?
It's okay, yeah.
Yep, okay. Apologies for the delay, folks. Yeah, Fox Crypto, guaranteed protection by the data diode. So we will explain during this presentation what Fox Crypto is doing and how we protect for our customers via our solutions the sensitive information which you never want to go or want to see going outside. What's the agenda? It's a 20-minute presentation. First, who is Fox IT? What did we learn from last year, especially from the threats perspective? What solution worked and what did not? And how can Fox help you with securing your data? So first, who is Fox? Fox was actually the first digital forensic bureau in Europe. It started in 1999. And later on, it was taken over by the NCC group from the UK. And Fox has 3 divisions. First of all, professional services. Then you can think of training, assessments, so security assessments, consulting, and forensic, who has hacked you, where did it come from, and so on. Then we have managed services. They monitor customer traffic, 24/7, and they're looking for patterns which indicates that hackers are active. And in case they detect such a situation, they log a response and they start neutralizing the threat. And the third one, Fox Crypto, that's us. And we create solution to protect yourself and to secure your data against state actors. And who do we protect? National and international governmental agencies, including the armies, and customers who have critical infrastructures. And then you can think of utilities, you can think of oil industry in general, but also banks. All organizations which have sensitive data, which they would like to protect. Or not like, they have to protect. What did we learn from last year? So what did we see happen a lot? Ransomware. And ransomware is pretty annoying because you're locked out of your systems and your whole business process comes to an end. You can't move unless you pay the ransom. And that is exactly the issue, because once you do that, and last year a lot of companies paid ransom, it is still a very lucrative business for the hackers. So yeah, actually you should not pay ransom and make sure you're protected against ransomware. That's the best way to stop it. What we also noticed is theft of sensitive data. You see it quite often in the news that a hacker has hacked some information. It contains pretty sensitive data that can even be personal data of customers. And they publish 5%. And they tell the company, if you don't pay, I'll publish the additional 95%. And it has a huge impact for those companies because it's trust. Your customers lose their trust in you because you were not careful enough with their personal data. So it's really bad publicity. And going forward, it will look at you. What we also noticed last year, and I think everybody has the examples, misinformation. So social media is used to spread fake news. It can be done by trolls, it can be done by people who have a different belief, but it is really a threat for the society. Attacks on critical infrastructure. So a very good example of last year was that a water company in the United States was hacked. Which slide do you see at the moment in front of you, Gaddis? Which slide do you see now, Gaddis? This one? Okay. So attacks on critical infrastructure. A water company in the United States was hacked, and the hacker was able to mix chemicals into the water. And thank God, an operator noticed it and stopped it. But what happens if someone was not that sharp? Then people can become ill or even worse. So it's vital that these things don't happen, but we see it more and more. And last but not least, the state aggressors. The usual suspects. They're very aggressive. They try to steal data. Some of them try to steal the data. Other ones try to disrupt. The disadvantage or the problem with state aggressors is they have almost unlimited budgets. And usually pretty talented people. So it's very difficult to fight them. Given the things which we noticed, what can you do to protect your data or your processes? Well, a very simple one. Usually it works, but we see more and more that it does not work. And that is because of the amount of data. It's an air gap. So you have a normal network on the left-hand side, we call it black, and you have your protected network, we call it red. In between, you have someone, a person, who brings information from the unprotected network to the highly secured network. The advantage is online, it's not possible to hack. Simply, there is no connection. So there's also no leakage of information. But the disadvantages are, it takes a lot of time. And because of the time, high latency. So yes, it is safe, but in the current world, it's almost not workable any longer. The second one works pretty well, but not 100%, is firewall. So with firewall, yeah, you can automate things. That means high bandwidth, low latency, and it's flexible. But yeah, disadvantages are also pretty severe. And 2021 has shown that as well, because all of those hacks, there were firewalls in the middle. And firewalls, a lot of things can go wrong. You can do a misconfiguration, but hackable, zero-day exploits, and they're pretty expensive to maintain. And so, yeah, firewall, it works, but if you want certainty about the safety of your data, it's not complete. So if that's what you want, 100% security, look at the data diet. And in the next slides, I will explain how a data diet works, but the details around it, it's automated and fast. So it's a simple network in between, one direction, and there's nothing you have to do. You can't configure anything. You can't break it. It's pure hardware. And because of that, it's also low TCO. And as you will see in later slides, it's certified to the highest levels. So what is the focus for 2021, if it's up to us? Well, one thing the companies and the organizations must do is protect your sensitive data. But also, if you want to be secured more or less against ransomware, if someone clicked a wrong link, make sure you have decent backups and that these backups are safe as well. And protect your network against the state aggressors so that they can't reach your network. About the data theft, yeah, because besides the bad name you get, you also might get fines from Europe because the GDPR violation, if it's personal data. Prevent the ransomware and your bad publicity again. And last but not least, your critical infrastructure like utilities. But it can also be an atomic energy plant. And we'll see examples of that also during the presentation. Which products does Fox have to help you protect your data? First of all, the data diet, and second, the client portal. We'll go through them. The focus is on the data diet. And yeah, for the people who are not very familiar with the data diet, what is it actually? Well, the official definition is a data diet is a hardware device that connects two networks, but these networks have both a different trust level. So as I shown in a previous picture, you have a black network, which is a standard network, and you might have a red network, which is your secret network. They have different levels. And the data diet, it transports data from the black to the red network, but it can only go into one direction. That is a data diet. So how does it work? Well, it has an optical interface. And from the black network, you can send your data to the data diet. It will pass it through to the red network. But if the red network wants to send something back, it's physically impossible because there is no receiver which can take the data. That's switched off, that's removed from the design even. So via that approach, you secure that data remains in your red network. It's very simple, but yeah, it also has some drawbacks and we'll discuss them. First of all, the data protection challenges. I just talked about what we've seen in 2021 and what we expect in 2022, how we can attack that. But the main thing is you want to protect, you have two deployment scenarios. The first one is protect your secrets. So what you see here on the left-hand side, information flows in and it goes into your secure environment where you enrich the information or you combine information, and then suddenly it's secret or top secret. And that should not go out. That's where you place a diode. But on the other side, you also have, for example, industry. Think about a production plant, and they don't want anyone from outside to interfere with the processes. So your data diode stops that, but it still allows monitoring data to go out to the corporate network. Those are the two main deployment scenarios for diodes. There are different flavors left, but these are the main ones. And how does the Fox data diode solution look like? Well, here in the middle, you see the diode itself. And on top, you see a proxy, the upstream proxy. So that's in the black network. You see the downstream proxy, that's in the red network. The data diode itself, our data diode, complies with EAL7+, which is a standard which guarantees that the data diode is not being tampered with. Nobody was able to open it. The production is witnessed. So once you receive our data diode, it's 100% sure that it is safe. You could ask, yeah, but why do I have these proxies? Well, in the current world, almost everything is based on TCP/IP, and that's a bidirectional protocol. The data diode only allows one way, so unidirectional. What the proxies do is that for the outside world, you can communicate with TCP/IP. Then they do a little trick and they make sure the information is at the other side. And then at the other side again, the downstream in this case, they can use that information and the other systems can work with that. So which protocols do we support out of the box? Well, first one is file sharing. That can be Samba or CIFS, or FTP and SFTP and secure copy. But you can also do emails. Of course, keep in mind, you can receive emails, but if you're in a red network, you can't send it back. Time synchronization, so that everything is synced with the outside world. You can let TCP streams through, UDP streams go through, but also database replication, for example, or Microsoft Oasis, or Linux repositories, and industrial protocols like Pi, SCADA. So the proxies make it possible that you can continue working in a normal environment. There are restrictions, but that's the purpose of a proxy. So we'll go now through some customer use cases. And we always have problems with customer use cases because our customers do not like publicity. They have chosen to use a data diode. They have chosen to secure their data. So they don't want to share anything about how they deploy things and what they have. We have a few of them, of the customers who said, yep, you're allowed to mention my case without using my name. We have one who's allowed to use their name as well. You will see them. So, but keep that in mind. And if you want to go into more detailed discussion via Hermitage, that's okay. But certain customers we absolutely cannot disclose. An example, nuclear installation in Europe. And as you can imagine, it would be lethal to have hackers into this nuclear power plant. So whatever happens, they can never reach the processes which control the nuclear process. But on the other side, you want to have data flowing out, like what is done, how much power was generated, that type of information. So we sat down with this customer, we looked at the deployment scenario, and we went through it. Via this approach, this nuclear installation is protected. It's absolutely impossible, physically impossible, to reach the control processes. This customer said, you can share my name. We said European Rail Network. Well, some people have been in London, you know who it is. And their challenge is, we have a large rail network with lots of signaling, and they have divided that into compartments. So all that signal information needs to go to a central place where they process it further. But again, hackers are not allowed to go into the signaling network itself. So we set up with our partner in the UK a solution which prevents it from happening. And they also said, yeah, it's fine that you think it works, but it also needs to comply with, in this case, the UK regulations. So we also sat down with the regulator. We went through the entire process and they said, yeah, this is approved by us as well. So the London tube is secured by data diodes. This is a more general slide, but a lot of our customers use this. I think everybody has seen movies where people hack into a system, they project a picture from a camera and they make a kind of a freeze or they replay a little movie. That's because they can get into the camera system. And the customer said, no, we don't want that. We only want the stream to go outside. There is a secret network, a red network, where we control our cameras ourselves. People are physically there, but the streams should go to a control room. So with these people, we also sat down and we went through the whole process. We placed several diodes all over the location. And based on that, we came out with a solution. And that solution allowed, I think, a few hundred video streams over a diode to a central room. That's the data diode. We also have the client portal from us. And yeah, for many companies, sharing information is key. So you need to do that in a confidential way, where you are sure that people who receive the information are the people you expect them to be, and not use email. Of course, you can encrypt email as well, but that's a cumbersome process, and that takes a lot of time. You might also say, yeah, I want to share files via a web-based solution, but the downside there is it's usually hosted in the States, and government can look into it. But even worse, you also have share sites where you can share information, but they are allowed to look into it. That's exactly what you not want. So you want to have control about everything yourself. Who is looking what, and what kind of information do I share? And everything must be encrypted, so that if a file is captured somewhere, people still can't read it. At Fox, we have delivered such a solution, and there are different flavors. It can be hosted in our data center in Amsterdam. But if you're a reseller, you can also build it in a data center in your own country and offer that service to your end customers. And certain end customers can also say, no, I want to have it in my own data center, control everything myself. That's all fine. So the client portal, you can share information, exchange information in a safe way. Things like two-factor authentication is used. Everything is encrypted, so it is really secure. At the end, we can also tailor it towards the customer organization so that for the users, it looks like it's owned by the customer, maybe even if it's hosted by Fox or a reseller. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Despite some technical problems, we are here. So I have one question, or maybe a few ones. One is related with firewalls. So in some organizations, data functionality is covered by firewalls. So what is your experience regards to firewalls? Hello, do you hear me? Mark? Mark, do you hear me? Hello. Okay. Something got wrong. Mark, do you hear me? Okay, we with end of presentation, we are facing again some technical problems, but yeah. So I know answer by myself. So how can we compare data diode with firewalls? And I would say that it's not comparable because when you send a packet with data diode or send this information from point A to point B, so it goes just in one way. So actually point A even does not get response that this information has been delivered. Okay. I'm telling what is different between firewalls and data diode. So I will finish. So maybe then you can correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, data diode does not get feedback to sender that this information has been delivered. While firewall, it confirms that this packet has been delivered. So it makes a possibility to get into these firewalls. So what would be your answer?
I think you're right, but the main thing from our customers' perspective, how they look at it, firewall is not 100% safe. So a firewall can be hacked and can be misconfigured. With a data diode, it's 100% sure data cannot flow into the other direction. So that's the main difference. If you really want to protect your data, if you look at military, for example, they want to be 100% sure that data does not go outside if it's not allowed. And with the firewall, if someone finds a zero-day exploit, you can never guarantee that. That's why those governmental organizations or financial institutes say, no, we go for a data diode, knowing that it is more difficult than a firewall. And what we say in general is use both. Have a firewall always before the data diode, no doubt about it, but do not rely on a firewall if you want 100% certainty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and would data diode help to protect against state aggressors?
Yeah, we see that a lot. And if we've done an experiment. Just take a public internet connection, hook up a server, and monitor how many connection attempts you get on different ports. People try to connect everywhere. It's ridiculous. You're talking about hundreds of attempts per hour. So how can a data diode help you with that? Let's assume a state aggressor gets in. They have a connection via the internet, otherwise they won't come in unless they have something in the street with Wi-Fi. But let's assume they come in. If you have a red network, so secret/top secret network, how can a state aggressor see that network if there's a diode in between? They can't. You really must know this, that there is a network. So from that perspective, they try to see something, but they don't get anything back. So if you don't get information back, they don't know it's there. Unless they have people walking around, for example. But even if they know there is a server with sensitive information, you can't get any information out. The data diode blocks it. So that will protect you against the state aggressors. No matter how smart they are, it's physically not possible.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it explains very well. Okay, thank you, Mark. Yeah, sorry that we had some technical issues, but no worries.
Yeah,
main message was we heard main message.
Good.
Okay, so have a nice day then. Yeah, now we are moving into 1 hour lunch break. But I will remind you that you can use time to visit these private virtual rooms and meet the vendor representatives. But otherwise, yeah, buon appetit, most probably. Take your time and let's meet back at 1:10 sharp.
You have it in your room?
Okay, see you later.
Information often only has value when we share it. However, we would like to maintain control over who we share it with. Cryptshare enables you to exchange confidential data spontaneously with any internal or external contact. You can send and receive messages and files of any size in an encrypted and traceable way. For your contacts, no user account, software installation, license or certificate is required. Communication takes place via an easy-to-use web app which can be completely adapted to your corporate design. Security is provided by easily exchangeable one-time keys or our quick technology, which makes passwordless use very easy. Recipients can integrate files and messages into their own email system where they can continue working on them seamlessly. For your employees, Cryptshare can be integrated into your email system and used comfortably, for example, from Microsoft Outlook or HCL Notes. Systems that create or process files can also be connected to Cryptshare and thus exchange data confidentially. Powerful policy engine allows you to adapt the behavior of the system precisely to your specific use cases. Cryptshare reliably supports you in the exchange of confidential data and thus in the adhering to compliance guidelines such as GDPR or CCPA. Test Cryptshare and see for yourself how easy secure communication can be.
Introducing the Datto Advantage, products built for the MSP. There is no limit to what small and medium businesses can achieve with the right technology. Datto has created a one-of-a-kind open ecosystem of managed service provider partners that delivers solutions to 500,000 businesses across 130 countries. From protecting business data and ensuring ongoing connectivity, to having a unified view of your organization with unlimited access to support. Leverage the best in enterprise-level MSP technology to help you deliver more value to your clients and grow your business. Find out more at datto.com.
Not all RMMs are created equal. If you're not careful, you could end up with one that's difficult to use, dated, on-prem, and not seamlessly integrated with your PSA. If that happens, you'll have valuable data in multiple systems, no visibility into what's going on with all your customer devices, and forget providing remote support effectively. Limited reporting means you're stuck scrambling reactively to find the info you need to prove your effort and value to your customers. The right solution to help you scale is Datto RMM. It's simply a better solution that gives you everything you need to manage your customers' devices, not make your systems more complex. Combine Datto RMM with Autotask PSA, and your service delivery will never be better. You'll benefit from seamless workflows and unprecedented insight into device and alert details that will supercharge your ability to get work done. It's automated, proactive, and does its job in the background, so you maximize your productivity and the productivity of your customers. The intuitive UI and cloud-based infrastructure means you can kiss the frustrations of your on-prem systems goodbye. Datto RMM is powerful yet easy to use, totally scalable and SaaS, allowing you to reduce operational costs and deploy to thousands of devices within hours of implementation. Let Datto RMM work for you, not the other way around. Sign up for a free trial at datto.com/UK and deploy to all your devices tomorrow.
The cloud is the new standard for small businesses everywhere. Software as a service, called SaaS applications like Office 365 and G Suite, live in the cloud and give your business tools that are affordable, easy to use, enable collaboration on documents in real time, and allow your employees to work from anywhere. But what does in the cloud actually mean? When your applications live in the cloud, it simply means that your data is stored in Microsoft or Google's servers rather than your own IT closet. You don't have to pay for the applications to be available all the time, or for software or hardware upgrades, but you do need to protect the data you and your employees create in the form of emails, files, and internal sites. Today, 1 in 3 users have experienced data loss in the cloud. The most common cause of data loss comes right from inside your business. Your employees or third-party applications have the power to delete data from cloud apps, whether it's on purpose or by accident. Just because your data is living in someone else's server doesn't mean it's immune to malicious attacks. Take ransomware. This form of malware can hold your data hostage unless you pay a ransom, and ransomware attacks in the cloud are on the rise. The benefits of moving to the cloud outweigh the risks, but could your company survive if all of your data was lost? What would you do without your emails, calendar appointments, contacts, files? As a business owner, you need to reduce the risk of losing data so you can focus on growing your business. But the recovery options in your SaaS applications are incomplete, cumbersome to use, time-consuming, or just plain unavailable. There's an easy way to protect your cloud data. Introducing SaaS Protection. SaaS Protection is your fail-safe in the cloud. If an employee deletes an important email, accidentally or maliciously, your IT expert can simply restore the latest version right to you or another user, all without ever stepping foot in your office. If you get hit with ransomware, your IT provider can restore emails, files, and sites in the state they were in before the infection. Not only that, but by saving your data automatically in SaaS Protection, you simply pay for the backup, not the entire SaaS license fee when an employee leaves the company. Rest easy in your move to the cloud and focus on your business with the Cloud Backup Expert. SaaS Protection is comprehensive data protection in the cloud. Ask your IT provider to try it today to ensure your business against data loss, no matter what.
The cyber threat landscape is constantly evolving, making it challenging for managed service providers like you to keep your clients' critical business data safe and secure. Phishing attacks continue to become more sophisticated, leaving businesses vulnerable to data loss. While MSPs leveraging an ATP solution have taken the necessary step of going beyond essential threat protection, they are still leaving themselves open to attacks, given the inadequate threat detection rates amongst most ATP vendors on the market. Your clients trust you to keep their data protected, but advanced threat protection solutions today rely on known attacks and familiar malware signatures. and only protect against targeted attacks in the inbox, not across other commonly used platforms like Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. To combat this, you need a solution that can identify new, zero-day attacks as soon as they are encountered. Introducing Datto SaaS Defense. SaaS Defense is an advanced threat protection and spam filtering solution that detects unknown malware threats at first encounter across the Microsoft 365 collaboration suite, shortening the time to detection and helping to close the threat protection gap. SaaS Defense's data-independent technology was developed by security experts to stop zero-day threats, proactively defending against malware, phishing, and business email compromise, BEC, attacks. Datto SaaS Defense is uniquely built to analyze the makeup and composition of a safe email, chat, and document rather than relying on third-party data. This approach proactively eliminates unknown threats that other solutions often miss. Datto SaaS Defense is intuitive and simple to deploy, with two-step onboarding, multi-tenant management, and direct access to technical experts. Robust reporting allows you to demonstrate product value and provides a clear, detailed view into why a threat was flagged as malicious, without any confusing or complex scoring models. As an add-on to Datto SaaS Protection, you can protect and defend your client's Microsoft 365 data against unknown cyber threats and common data loss scenarios with comprehensive detection, protection, and recovery from a single channel-focused vendor. Contact Datto today for a demo or a quote.
Trust. It's what keeps the world moving, makes identities powerful, safe purchases possible, access to data and resources seamless. Enabling trusted experiences for consumers, employees, and citizens makes the world a better place. And that's what Entrust does. Our broad solution suite, deep expertise, and commitment to innovation is unmatched. We strive to ensure that identities, payments, and data are protected in all forms, all use cases. From everyday experiences and connections to the most critical interactions, we ensure people can have trust in their world, so that the world never stops, and neither do you. Entrust, securing a world in motion.
Hi, I'm Billy. You don't know me, but I have known you for years. I was observing everything. Your business travel, bank transactions, meetings, your email, cab rides. All of it. But don't worry about me. I'm not the enemy here. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking the other way. Shining a light on cyber threats invisible to the naked eye. Guarding you from cyber criminals, nation-state hackers, and bored teenagers threatening the continuity of your organization. So, let me take care of the invisible, so you can focus on the visible.
Whether running a power plant, a government agency, or a business, one of the greatest challenges that all organizations face is keeping their systems safe, secure, and compliant in this constantly evolving digital world. Your digital assets are vital to your operations. To protect them, you need to know what your system should and should not look like, so you can keep them configured in secure and compliant states, and know when to fix them if your system changes. That's where Tripwire's secure configuration management solutions come in. To start, Tripwire allows you to establish what a secure configuration baseline should look like for your organization. Once your configurations are set according to your security policy, Tripwire monitors for change and alerts you when your systems are no longer in a known and trusted state. After all, every security breach starts with some kind of change. Tripwire pioneered File Integrity Monitoring, or FIM, the change detection technology that's mandated by all the major security frameworks and regulations. This best-in-class FIM technology is combined with secure configuration management to make you aware of changes that conflict with your security policy. Tripwire's secure configuration and FIM solutions are available as either software or as co-managed services, reduce noise for your teams by filtering out the bad changes from the authorized changes, provide the important details and guidance needed for speedy remediation, and deliver flexible reporting options to make everybody happy, even the auditors. Tripwire's team of experts also maintain a complete library of policies and out-of-the-box tests for industry frameworks, such as the Center for Internet Security Controls, PCI DSS, NERC SIP, and MITRE ATT&CK. Do you know what state your systems are in today? Learn more about Tripwire's leading secure configuration capabilities by visiting tripwire.com.
Information often only has value when we share it. However, we would like to maintain control over who we share it with. Cryptshare enables you to exchange confidential data spontaneously with any internal or external contact. You can send and receive messages and files of any size in an encrypted and traceable way. For your contacts, no user account, software installation, license, or certificate is required. Communication takes place via an easy-to-use web app which can be completely adapted to your corporate design. Security is provided by easily exchangeable one-time keys or our quick technology, which makes passwordless use very easy. Recipients can integrate files and messages into their own email system where they can continue working on them seamlessly. For your employees, Cryptshare can be integrated into your email system and used comfortably, for example, from Microsoft Outlook or HCL Notes. Systems that create or process files can also be connected to Cryptshare and thus exchange data confidentially. A powerful policy engine allows you to adapt the behavior of the system precisely to your specific use cases. Cryptshare reliably supports you in the exchange of confidential data and thus in the adhering to compliance guidelines such as GDPR or CCPA. Test Cryptshare and see for yourself how easy secure communication can be.
Introducing the Datto Advantage, products built for the MSP. There is no limit to what small and medium businesses can achieve with the right technology. Datto has created a one-of-a-kind open ecosystem of managed service provider partners that delivers solutions to 500,000 businesses across 130 countries. From protecting business data and ensuring ongoing connectivity, to having a unified view of your organization with unlimited access to support. Leverage the best in enterprise-level MSP technology to help you deliver more value to your clients and grow your business. Find out more at datto.com.
Not all RMMs are created equal. If you're not careful, you could end up with one that's difficult to use, dated, on-prem, and not seamlessly integrated with your PSA. If that happens, you'll have valuable data in multiple systems, no visibility into what's going on with all your customer devices, and forget providing remote support effectively. Limited reporting means you're stuck scrambling reactively to find the info you need to prove your effort and value to your customers. The right solution to help you scale is Datto RMM. It's simply a better solution that gives you everything you need to manage your customers' devices, not make your systems more complex. Combine Datto RMM with Autotask PSA, and your service delivery will never be better. You'll benefit from seamless workflows and unprecedented insight into device and alert details that will supercharge your ability to get work done. It's automated, proactive, and does its job in the background, so you maximize your productivity and the productivity of your customers. The intuitive UI and cloud-based infrastructure means you can kiss the frustrations of your on-prem systems goodbye. Datto RMM is powerful yet easy to use, totally scalable and SaaS, allowing you to reduce operational costs and deploy to thousands of devices within hours of implementation. Let Datto RMM work for you, not the other way around. Sign up for a free trial at datto.com/UK and deploy to all your devices tomorrow.
The cloud is the new standard for small businesses everywhere. Software as a service, called SaaS applications like Office 365 and G Suite, live in the cloud and give your business tools that are affordable, easy to use, enable collaboration on documents in real time, and allow your employees to work from anywhere. But what does in the cloud actually mean? When your applications live in the cloud, it simply means that your data is stored in Microsoft or Google's servers rather than your own IT closet. You don't have to pay for the applications to be available all the time, or for software or hardware upgrades, but you do need to protect the data you and your employees create in the form of emails, files, and internal sites. Today, 1 in 3 users have experienced data loss in the cloud. The most common cause of data loss comes right from inside your business. Your employees or third-party applications have the power to delete data from cloud apps, whether it's on purpose or by accident. Just because your data is living in someone else's server doesn't mean it's immune to malicious attacks. Take ransomware. This form of malware can hold your data hostage unless you pay a ransom, and ransomware attacks in the cloud are on the rise. The benefits of moving to the cloud outweigh the risks, but could your company survive if all of your data was lost? What would you do without your emails, calendar appointments, contacts, files? As a business owner, you need to reduce the risk of losing data so you can focus on growing your business. But the recovery options in your SaaS applications are incomplete, cumbersome to use, time-consuming, or just plain unavailable. There's an easy way to protect your cloud data. Introducing SaaS Protection. SaaS Protection is your fail-safe in the cloud. If an employee deletes an important email, accidentally or maliciously, your IT expert can simply restore the latest version right to you or another user, all without ever stepping foot in your office. If you get hit with ransomware, your IT provider can restore emails, files, and sites in the state they were in before the infection. Not only that, but by saving your data automatically in SaaS Protection, you simply pay for the backup, not the entire SaaS license fee when an employee leaves the company. Rest easy in your move to the cloud and focus on your business with the Cloud Backup Expert. SaaS Protection is comprehensive data protection in the cloud. Ask your IT provider to try it today to ensure your business against data loss no matter what.
The cyber threat landscape is constantly evolving, making it challenging for managed service providers like you to keep your clients' critical business data safe and secure. Phishing attacks continue to become more sophisticated, leaving businesses vulnerable to data loss. While MSPs leveraging an ATP solution have taken the necessary step of going beyond essential threat protection, they are still leaving themselves open to attacks, given the inadequate threat detection rates amongst most ATP vendors on the market. Your clients trust you to keep their data protected, but advanced threat protection solutions today rely on known attacks and familiar malware signatures, and only protect against targeted attacks in the inbox, not across other commonly used platforms like Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. To combat this, you need a solution that can identify new, zero-day attacks as soon as they are encountered. Introducing Datto SaaS Defense. SaaS Defense is an advanced threat protection and spam filtering solution that detects unknown malware threats at first encounter across the Microsoft 365 collaboration suite, shortening the time to detection and helping to close the threat protection gap. SaaS Defense's data-independent technology was developed by security experts to stop zero-day threats, proactively defending against malware, phishing, and business email compromise, BEC, attacks. Datto SaaS Defense is uniquely built to analyze the makeup and composition of a safe email, chat, and document rather than relying on third-party data. This approach proactively eliminates unknown threats that other solutions often miss. Datto SaaS Defense is intuitive and simple to deploy, with two-step onboarding, multi-tenant management, and direct access to technical experts. Robust reporting allows you to demonstrate product value and provides a clear, detailed view into why a threat was flagged as malicious, without any confusing or complex scoring models. As an add-on to Datto SaaS Protection, you can protect and defend your clients' Microsoft 365 data against unknown cyber threats and common data loss scenarios with comprehensive detection, protection, and recovery from a single channel-focused vendor. Contact Datto today for a demo or a quote.
Trust. It's what keeps the world moving, makes identities powerful, safe purchases possible, access to data and resources seamless. Enabling trusted experiences for consumers, employees, and citizens makes the world a better place. And that's what Entrust does. Our broad solution suite, deep expertise, and commitment to innovation is unmatched. We strive to ensure that identities, payments, and data are protected in all forms, all use cases, from everyday experiences and connections to the most critical interactions. We ensure people can have trust in their world, so that the world never stops, and neither do you. Entrust, securing a world in motion.
Hi, I'm Billy. You don't know me, but I have known you for years. I was observing everything. Your business travel, bank transactions, meetings, your email, cab rides. All of it. But don't worry about me. I'm not the enemy here. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking the other way. Shining a light on cyber threats invisible to the naked eye. Guarding you from cyber criminals, nation-state hackers, and bored teenagers threatening the continuity of your organization. So, let me take care of the invisible, so you can focus on the visible.
Whether running a power plant, a government agency, or a business, one of the greatest challenges that all organizations face is keeping their systems safe, secure, and compliant in this constantly evolving digital world. Your digital assets are vital to your operations. To protect them, you need to know what your system should and should not look like, so you can keep them configured in secure and compliant states, and know when to fix them if your system changes. That's where Tripwire's secure configuration management solutions come in. To start, Tripwire allows you to establish what a secure configuration baseline should look like for your organization. Once your configurations are set according to your security policy, Tripwire monitors for change and alerts you when your systems are no longer in a known and trusted state. After all, every security breach starts with some kind of change. Tripwire pioneered File Integrity Monitoring, or FIM, the change detection technology that's mandated by all the major security frameworks and regulations. This best-in-class FIM technology is combined with secure configuration management to make you aware of changes that conflict with your security policy. Tripwire's secure configuration and FIM solutions are available as either software or as co-managed services, reduce noise for your teams by filtering out the bad changes from the authorized changes, provide the important details and guidance needed for speedy remediation, and deliver flexible reporting options to make everybody happy, even the auditors. Tripwire's team of experts also maintain a complete library of policies and out-of-the-box tests for industry frameworks, such as the Center for Internet Security Controls, PCI DSS, NERC-CIP, and MITRE ATT&CK. Do you know what state your systems are in today? Learn more about Tripwire's leading secure configuration capabilities by visiting tripwire.com.
Information often only has value when we share it. However, we would like to maintain control over who we share it with. Cryptshare enables you to exchange confidential data spontaneously with any internal or external contact. You can send and receive messages and files of any size in an encrypted and traceable way. For your contacts, no user account, software installation, license or certificate is required. Communication takes place via an easy-to-use web app which can be completely adapted to your corporate design. Security is provided by easily exchangeable one-time keys or our quick technology, which makes passwordless use very easy. Recipients can integrate files and messages into their own email system where they can continue working on them seamlessly. For your employees, Cryptshare can be integrated into your email system and used comfortably, for example, from Microsoft Outlook or HCL Notes. Systems that create or process files can also be connected to Cryptshare and thus exchange data confidentially. A powerful policy engine allows you to adapt the behavior of the system precisely to your specific use cases. Cryptshare reliably supports you in the exchange of confidential data and thus in the adhering to compliance guidelines such as GDPR or CCPA. Test Cryptshare and see for yourself how easy secure communication can be.
Introducing the Datto Advantage, products built for the MSP. There is no limit to what small and medium businesses can achieve with the right technology. Datto has created a one-of-a-kind open ecosystem of managed service provider partners that delivers solutions to 500,000 businesses across 130 countries. From protecting business data and ensuring ongoing connectivity, to having a unified view of your organization with unlimited access to support. Leverage the best in enterprise-level MSP technology to help you deliver more value to your clients and grow your business. Find out more at datto.com.
Not all RMMs are created equal. If you're not careful, you could end up with one that's difficult to use, dated, on-prem, and not seamlessly integrated with your PSA. If that happens, you'll have valuable data in multiple systems, no visibility into what's going on with all your customer devices, and forget providing remote support effectively. Limited reporting means you're stuck scrambling reactively to find the info you need to prove your effort and value to your customers. The right solution to help you scale is Datto RMM. It's simply a better solution that gives you everything you need to manage your customers' devices, not make your systems more complex. Combine Datto RMM with Autotask PSA, and your service delivery will never be better. You'll benefit from seamless workflows and unprecedented insight into device and alert details that will supercharge your ability to get work done. It's automated, proactive, and does its job in the background, so you maximize your productivity and the productivity of your customers. The intuitive UI and cloud-based infrastructure means you can kiss the frustrations of your on-prem systems goodbye. Datto RMM is powerful yet easy to use, totally scalable and SaaS, allowing you to reduce operational costs and deploy to thousands of devices within hours of implementation. Let Datto RMM work for you, not the other way around. Sign up for a free trial at datto.com/UK and deploy to all your devices tomorrow.
The cloud is the new standard for small businesses everywhere. Software as a service, called SaaS applications like Office 365 and G Suite, live in the cloud and give your business tools that are affordable, easy to use, enable collaboration on documents in real time, and allow your employees to work from anywhere. But what does in the cloud actually mean? When your applications live in the cloud, it simply means that your data is stored in Microsoft or Google's servers rather than your own IT closet. You don't have to pay for the applications to be available all the time, or for software or hardware upgrades, but you do need to protect the data you and your employees create in the form of emails, files, and internal sites. Today, 1 in 3 users have experienced data loss in the cloud. The most common cause of data loss comes right from inside your business. Your employees or third-party applications have the power to delete data from cloud apps, whether it's on purpose or by accident. Just because your data is living in someone else's server doesn't mean it's immune to malicious attacks. Take ransomware. This form of malware can hold your data hostage unless you pay a ransom, and ransomware attacks in the cloud are on the rise. The benefits of moving to the cloud outweigh the risks, but could your company survive if all of your data was lost? What would you do without your emails, calendar appointments, contacts, files? As a business owner, you need to reduce the risk of losing data so you can focus on growing your business. But the recovery options in your SaaS applications are incomplete, cumbersome to use, time-consuming, or just plain unavailable. There's an easy way to protect your cloud data. Introducing SaaS Protection. SaaS Protection is your fail-safe in the cloud. If an employee deletes an important email, accidentally or maliciously, your IT expert can simply restore the latest version right to you or another user, all without ever stepping foot in your office. If you get hit with ransomware, your IT provider can restore emails, files, and sites in the state they were in before the infection. Not only that, but by saving your data automatically in SaaS protection, you simply pay for the backup, not the entire SaaS license fee when an employee leaves the company. Rest easy in your move to the cloud and focus on your business with the Cloud Backup Expert. SaaS protection is comprehensive data protection in the cloud. Ask your IT provider to try it today to ensure your business against data loss, no matter what.
The cyber threat landscape is constantly evolving, making it challenging for managed service providers like you to keep your clients' critical business data safe and secure. Phishing attacks continue to become more sophisticated, leaving businesses vulnerable to data loss. While MSPs leveraging an ATP solution have taken the necessary step of going beyond essential threat protection, they are still leaving themselves open to attacks, given the inadequate threat detection rates amongst most ATP vendors on the market. Your clients trust you to keep their data protected, but advanced threat protection solutions today rely on known attacks and familiar malware signatures, and only protect against targeted attacks in the inbox, not across other commonly used platforms like Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. To combat this, you need a solution that can identify new, zero-day attacks as soon as they are encountered. Introducing Datto SaaS Defense. SaaS Defense is an advanced threat protection and spam filtering solution that detects unknown malware threats at first encounter across the Microsoft 365 collaboration suite, shortening the time to detection and helping to close the threat protection gap. SaaS Defense's data-independent technology was developed by security experts to stop zero-day threats, proactively defending against malware, phishing, and business email compromise, BEC, attacks. Datto SaaS Defense is uniquely built to analyze the makeup and composition of a safe email, chat, and document rather than relying on third-party data. This approach proactively eliminates unknown threats that other solutions often miss. Datto SaaS Defense is intuitive and simple to deploy, with two-step onboarding, multi-tenant management, and direct access to technical experts. Robust reporting allows you to demonstrate product value and provides a clear, detailed view into why a threat was flagged as malicious, without any confusing or complex scoring models. As an add-on to Datto SaaS Protection, you can protect and defend your clients' Microsoft 365 data against unknown cyber threats and common data loss scenarios with comprehensive detection, protection, and recovery from a single channel-focused vendor. Contact Datto today for a demo or a quote.
Trust. It's what keeps the world moving, makes identities powerful, safe purchases possible, access to data and resources seamless. Enabling trusted experiences for consumers, employees, and citizens makes the world a better place. And that's what Entrust does. Our broad solution suite, deep expertise, and commitment to innovation is unmatched. We strive to ensure that identities, payments, and data are protected in all forms, all use cases, from everyday experiences and connections to the most critical interactions. We ensure people can have trust in their world, so that the world never stops, and neither do you. Entrust, securing a world in motion.
Hi, I'm Billy. You don't know me, but I have known you for years. I was observing everything. Your business travel, bank transactions, meetings, your email, cab rides. All of it. But don't worry about me. I'm not the enemy here. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking the other way. Shining a light on cyber threats invisible to the naked eye. guarding you from cyber criminals, nation-state hackers, and bored teenagers threatening the continuity of your organization. So, let me take care of the invisible, so you can focus on the visible.
Whether running a power plant, a government agency, or a business, one of the greatest challenges that all organizations face is keeping their systems safe, secure, and compliant in this constantly evolving digital world. Your digital assets are vital to your operations. To protect them, you need to know what your systems should and should not look like, so you can keep them configured in secure and compliant states, and know when to fix them if your system changes. That's where Tripwire's Secure Configuration Management Solutions come in. To start, Tripwire allows you to establish what a secure configuration baseline should look like for your organization. Once your configurations are set according to your security policy, Tripwire monitors for change and alerts you when your systems are no longer in a known and trusted state. After all, every security breach starts with some kind of change. Tripwire pioneered File Integrity Monitoring, or FIM, the change detection technology that's mandated by all the major security frameworks and regulations. This best-in-class FIM technology is combined with secure configuration management to make you aware of changes that conflict with your security policy. Tripwire's secure configuration and FIM solutions are available as either software or as co-managed services, reduce noise for your teams by filtering out the bad changes from the authorized changes, provide the important details and guidance needed for speedy remediation, and deliver flexible reporting options to make everybody happy, even the auditors. Tripwire's team of experts also maintain a complete library of policies and out-of-the-box tests for industry frameworks, such as the Center for Internet Security Controls, PCI DSS, NERC-CIP, and MITRE ATT&CK. Do you know what state your systems are in today? Learn more about Tripwire's leading secure configuration capabilities by visiting tripwire.com.
Information often only has value when we share it. However, we would like to maintain control over who we share it with. Cryptshare enables you to exchange confidential data spontaneously with any internal or external contact. You can send and receive messages and files of any size in an encrypted and traceable way. For your contacts, no user account, software installation, license, or certificate is required. Communication takes place via an easy-to-use web app which can be completely adapted to your corporate design. Security is provided by easily exchangeable one-time keys or our quick technology, which makes passwordless use very easy. Recipients can integrate files and messages into their own email system where they can continue working on them seamlessly. For your employees, Cryptshare can be integrated into your email system and used comfortably, for example, from Microsoft Outlook or HCL Notes. Systems that create or process files can also be connected to Cryptshare and thus exchange data confidentially. A powerful policy engine allows you to adapt the behavior of the system precisely to your specific use cases. Cryptshare reliably supports you in the exchange of confidential data and thus in the adhering to compliance guidelines such as GDPR or CCPA. Test Cryptshare and see for yourself how easy secure communication can be.
Introducing the Datto Advantage, products built for the MSP. There is no limit to what small and medium businesses can achieve with the right technology. Datto has created a one-of-a-kind open ecosystem of managed service provider partners that delivers solutions to 500,000 businesses across 130 countries. From protecting business data and ensuring ongoing connectivity, to having a unified view of your organization with unlimited access to support. Leverage the best in enterprise-level MSP technology to help you deliver more value to your clients and grow your business. Find out more at datto.com.
Not all RMMs are created equal. If you're not careful, you could end up with one that's difficult to use, dated, on-prem, and not seamlessly integrated with your PSA. If that happens, you'll have valuable data in multiple systems, no visibility into what's going on with all your customer devices, and forget providing remote support effectively. Limited reporting means you're stuck scrambling reactively to find the info you need to prove your effort and value to your customers. The right solution to help you scale is Datto RMM. It's simply a better solution that gives you everything you need to manage your customers' devices, not make your systems more complex. Combine Datto RMM with Autotask PSA, and your service delivery will never be better. You'll benefit from seamless workflows and unprecedented insight into device and alert details that will supercharge your ability to get work done. It's automated, proactive, and does its job in the background, so you maximize your productivity and the productivity of your customers. The intuitive UI and cloud-based infrastructure means you can kiss the frustrations of your on-prem systems goodbye. Datto RMM is powerful yet easy to use, totally scalable and SaaS, allowing you to reduce operational costs and deploy to thousands of devices within hours of implementation. Let Datto RMM work for you, not the other way around. Sign up for a free trial at datto.com/UK and deploy to all your devices tomorrow.
The cloud is the new standard for small businesses everywhere. Software as a service, called SaaS applications like Office 365 and G Suite, live in the cloud and give your business tools that are affordable, easy to use, enable collaboration on documents in real time, and allow your employees to work from anywhere. But what does in the cloud actually mean? When your applications live in the cloud, it simply means that your data is stored in Microsoft or Google's servers rather than your own IT closet. You don't have to pay for the applications to be available all the time, or for software or hardware upgrades, but you do need to protect the data you and your employees create in the form of emails, files, and internal sites. Today, 1 in 3 users have experienced data loss in the cloud. The most common cause of data loss comes right from inside your business. Your employees or third-party applications have the power to delete data from cloud apps, whether it's on purpose or by accident. Just because your data is living in someone else's server doesn't mean it's immune to malicious attacks. Take ransomware. This form of malware can hold your data hostage unless you pay a ransom, and ransomware attacks in the cloud are on the rise. The benefits of moving to the cloud outweigh the risks, but could your company survive if all of your data was lost? What would you do without your emails, calendar appointments, contacts, files? As a business owner, you need to reduce the risk of losing data so you can focus on growing your business. But the recovery options in your SaaS applications are incomplete, cumbersome to use, time-consuming, or just plain unavailable. There's an easy way to protect your cloud data. Introducing SaaS Protection. SaaS Protection is your fail-safe in the cloud. If an employee deletes an important email, accidentally or maliciously, your IT expert can simply restore the latest version right to you or another user, all without ever stepping foot in your office. If you get hit with ransomware, your IT provider can restore emails, files, and sites in the state they were in before the infection. Not only that, but by saving your data automatically in SaaS Protection, you simply pay for the backup, not the entire SaaS license fee when an employee leaves the company. Rest easy in your move to the cloud and focus on your business with the Cloud Backup Expert. SaaS Protection is comprehensive data protection in the cloud. Ask your IT provider to try it today to ensure your business against data loss, no matter what.
The cyber threat landscape is constantly evolving, making it challenging for managed service providers like you to keep your clients' critical business data safe and secure. Phishing attacks continue to become more sophisticated, leaving businesses vulnerable to data loss. While MSPs leveraging an ATP solution have taken the necessary step of going beyond essential threat protection, they are still leaving themselves open to attacks, given the inadequate threat detection rates amongst most ATP vendors on the market. Your clients trust you to keep their data protected, but advanced threat protection solutions today rely on known attacks and familiar malware signatures, and only protect against targeted attacks in the inbox, not across other commonly used platforms like Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. To combat this, you need a solution that can identify new, zero-day attacks as soon as they are encountered. Introducing Datto SaaS Defense. SaaS Defense is an advanced threat protection and spam filtering solution that detects unknown malware threats at first encounter across the Microsoft 365 collaboration suite, shortening the time to detection and helping to close the threat protection gap. SaaS Defense's data-independent technology was developed by security experts to stop zero-day threats, proactively defending against malware, phishing, and business email compromise, BEC, attacks. Datto SaaS Defense is uniquely built to analyze the makeup and composition of a safe email, chat, and document rather than relying on third-party data. This approach proactively eliminates unknown threats that other solutions often miss. Datto SaaS Defense is intuitive and simple to deploy, with two-step onboarding, multi-tenant management, and direct access to technical experts. Robust reporting allows you to demonstrate product value and provides a clear, detailed view into why a threat was flagged as malicious, without any confusing or complex scoring models. As an add-on to Datto SaaS Protection, you can protect and defend your clients' Microsoft 365 data against unknown cyber threats and common data loss scenarios with comprehensive detection, protection, and recovery from a single channel-focused vendor. Contact Datto today for a demo or a quote.
Trust. It's what keeps the world moving, makes identities powerful, safe purchases possible, access to data and resources seamless. Enabling trusted experiences for consumers, employees, and citizens makes the world a better place. And that's what Entrust does. Our broad solution suite, deep expertise, and commitment to innovation is unmatched. We strive to ensure that identities, payments, and data are protected in all forms, all use cases. From everyday experiences and connections to the most critical interactions, we ensure people can have trust in their world, so that the world never stops, and neither do you. Entrust, securing a world in motion.
Hi, I'm Billy. You don't know me, but I have known you for years. I was observing everything. Your business travel, bank transactions, meetings, your email, cab rides. All of it. But don't worry about me. I'm not the enemy here. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking the other way. Shining a light on cyber threats invisible to the naked eye. Guarding you from cyber criminals, nation-state hackers, and bored teenagers threatening the continuity of your organization. So, let me take care of the invisible. So you can focus on the visible.
So welcome back. Hope you feel ready for second part of our event. And I can assure the topics will be same relevance as in the first half of the day. In just a moment, stage will be taken over by Chris from Iboss. And in his session, Chris will tell how cloud security solution like Iboss can help organizations and remote workers in post-COVID era. So, hi Chris, screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, very well.
Good stuff, good stuff. Right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time. A quick introduction to me. I am Chris Page. I am the Channel Technical Manager for EMEA at Iboss. So I look after all of the focus partners and distributors in EMEA. So that's me. Email address is there if you have any questions, because I'm going to be giving you a load of information, which need you to digest as best as possible, but there's also a load more information in terms of our platform and our capabilities. So we're just giving you a brief introduction today to the platform and what we can do and about remote users and how we'd address to things like the COVID pandemic. So I will start. So in terms of our architecture, I'm going to be very, very brief on this slide because I know there's a lot of information on it, and I'm only going to concentrate on the middle of the slide. And where we have the Iboss cloud platform, the approach that we take is that we can secure any device from any location via your cloud connector, so your cloud provider of choice, through to any cloud service. So whether it's SaaS, whether it's IaaS, or whether it's just general cloud access, we can then put whatever security wrapper around your connectivity, and we give it to you from one cloud platform. So we are shifting away from the legacy way of doing things, having server rooms full of kit and full of hardware and virtual machines and sprawl all over the place, to giving you a cloud platform for your security. So it's not just one or two products, it's an entire security platform. Now, in terms of the pandemic, so what actually happened, the lessons learned and the challenges from last year and the pandemic, and I suppose the year before as well. Now, I've summarized these into 5 points because we probably talk all day about this, but I've tried to make them as relevant as possible. So to start off with, flexibility. So flexibility is an absolute must for employees. They have to be able to do their job anywhere, anytime, any device, any network, any location. And it's gone from being seen as remote or flexible working as a perk to a business continuity issue. So you need to have a platform that allows you to do that. Next point is rapid cloud adoption. So cloud services have been there for years, and we live in a generation of, that there is an app for that. I've got my iPhone, it's the mentality that we have as users, as you can't find something, there's an app to help you do something. So it's exactly the same with SaaS and IaaS offerings. And they are there. You can click on them, you can sign up to them. With AWS, you can sign up in a matter of a minute or two, and you can start spinning up virtual workloads in the cloud. So it's very, very easy, which is great. But one of the massive issues is security is very often overlooked. So the likes of the shared responsibility model and what you're actually going to do when you move your data into the cloud and things like that, is very often overlooked. So people go click, use, forget, but it's always been the case with security. But also cloud first is the new way of doing stuff. It is the way forward and it's here to stay. So again, you need something that's going to help you with that and with that progress to the cloud and your cloud first strategies. Now, next point, legacy. So legacy security solutions and cloud, they're not compatible, or should I say they're incompatible. And the way that we've done things for years, the perimeter security, the way that we have a firewall and everything underneath the firewall stacked as a, blended solution in terms of security, doesn't work when it comes to cloud. So on-premise security, perimeter security is not cloud security. So again, moving to the cloud, what are we actually going to do? And you need the existing capabilities. So the likes of DLP and IPS and firewalls, web filtering, they're still very, very relevant, but do you still want to have them installed in a server room, on appliances, on hardware, on virtual machines, and all the complexities that come with that? Probably not. So you need to move your solutions in terms of security to the cloud because you're moving everything else to the cloud. So it makes no sense to have all this stuff on premise anymore. With the rush to the cloud, there were loads of mistakes made. So there can be, any number of reasons. It could be a lack of understanding. It could be the case that, when people had to work from home overnight, entire companies shifted from working in offices to working from home overnight. It could be a case of solutions were not understood. It was a quick bandage or a plaster or a band-aid if you're American to fix that gap, to ensure business continuity. But with that came complexity of solutions. You're still investing in legacy architecture, and legacy and cloud is just complex, which you need to avoid. But also, what will the future hold? Now, what we've learned, security is an enabler. So it's enabling people to do their jobs, and we have to secure them wherever they are. So whatever workloads they are using, whatever SaaS services, whatever IaaS services they're using, we need to secure that. And we need to think about advanced functionality as well, which I'll move on to in a further slide. Flexible working. Yes, it's there. It's here to stay. We need to secure those workers. We need to have them so they can open their laptop and close it and not even think about security, which is what we can do. You've got other architectures and other methodologies which are coming in. SASE has been around for a couple of years, and a lot of people are talking about that, a lot of vendors, a lot of competition. We've also got Secure Service Edge, and we've also got Zero Trust. And there's going to be a massive push on Zero Trust in the coming year. And again, I'm going to touch on that a little bit later. But a cloud strategy around security is a must, an absolute must. And if you don't prepare, you will prepare to fail, basically. So in terms of how we used to do stuff, or how we've done stuff for the past 5, 10, 15, or even 20 years when it comes to security, it's a typical scenario where we've taken a Lego brick approach and we've stacked solutions on top of each other. And if we can afford best of breed, great. If we can't, we choose the best solution which is right for us. And it can be firewalls, it can be proxies, it can be VPNs, etc., etc. But the idea is to give a layered approach to security. So if there is a threat, if something bad happens, you would hope that one thing would get it, and if something missed it, another thing would get it as well. But the problem with that is there's multiple solutions, there's multiple vendors, and I've tried to highlight it in this diagram with the different colors of slides, the yellow, the reds, the blues, the greens, just to give you an idea, because it can be a typical environment, or in fact, it is a typical environment. But the problem is, these are all on-premise based solutions. Now, when you look at the architecture, you've got the users at the bottom, so desktops, laptops, and they're connecting over a VPN. And the VPNs have been around for over 25 years. And for remote users to gain any support, to secure their working environment, they punch a hole into the network, and then they'll be on the network. They can access any resource, which again, we're going to move on to zero trust in a few minutes. But then they're on the network, and then they've got their security stack, which then is used to access cloud services. So it doesn't work very well, because you are going out to a cloud service and then coming back and then applying all these security layers on the way in, on the way out. So it gives latency, I should say, not legacy, said the L word too much, and poor performance for the user. But there's also other additional problems when you look at the architecture. So this architecture, the security finishes at the gateway. So you've got the on-premise architecture, the security tends to finish at the firewall. Now, there are vendors that have given you cloud-based products or cloud-based options. So I'll put a couple of examples there, so Cloud Proxy and CASB, but these are very often tied to the actual physical solution. So if you had a proxy on-premise, you'd very often have to link the cloud proxy together to get the actual functionality, but at the same time it was limited functionality as well. So it'll be a virtual machine that has been moved. So the same virtual machine that you have on premise, it's been moved to the cloud. So not the best in terms of a cloud first approach. But also when you look at this as a bigger picture, if you have large organizations, if you have companies that have multiple sites in a single country or on a global basis, you are taking this model and you are repeating it again and again and again and again. So cost, complexity, more hardware, more virtual machines, and I suppose the hypervisor infrastructure that goes along with that, the management, the logging, everything. And the bigger the companies are, the more complexity that they have. So it's kind of like what we've had, but there is a significant shift, and the shift is to cloud. And when you actually look at how Iboss have done things, we are taking this on-premise architecture and we are replacing it with cloud architecture. So I'm just going to flick back between the two. We have on-premise, and then we have the Iboss cloud architecture. Now, it looks very similar, but there are some significant differences. So to start off with, along the bottom, you've got desktops, laptops, tablets, the devices and the users. Now, we don't care what those devices are. So our platform is designed to connect any user, any device. We pretty much don't care. And with that in mind, we even go back to supporting Windows XP and terminal servers and things like that. We can support multiple versions of Linux and Mac OS and all smart devices, this, that, and the other. So flexibility is the key. So we can give users the choice of whatever devices that they're going to use. They will get the same approach in terms of connectivity and security architecture. Next stage up is the network. But there's a subtle difference here because we've got rid of the VPN. So we don't need VPN on our devices at all if you are protected by the Iboss cloud. So that's one piece of legacy architecture that you can get rid of straight away. You got rid of the architecture, you got rid of the expense, you don't need to worry about it anymore, and you're gaining the flexibility. So for instance, as an example, I was on the train yesterday, I opened my laptop, I jump onto the wireless, and I'm protected immediately. There's no picking up your phone, authenticating, this, that, and the other, waiting for the VPN to connect, none of that. And with that, it doesn't matter about the network. So whether you're tethered to your phone, whether I was on a train yesterday, you're in a branch office, you're in a headquarters, it doesn't matter at all where you are located. So any device, any user, any network. And when we shift into our actual cloud architecture, so as we have in the biggest box there, what we've done is we've shifted multiple on-premise capabilities to the cloud. So I've given you some examples here: proxy, DLP, firewall, IPS. But we're quite limited to the information that we can actually put in this slide because we've got loads of functionality that we can give customers that aren't listed here. So things such as CASB, remote browser isolation, cloud app isolation, reverse proxy. these are lots of examples and lots of individual products on their own right that customers would have looked at and gone, it's too complex, it's too costly, it takes too long to implement this, that, and the other. We need to integrate it with all our entire other architecture. Well, you don't get that with Iboss because we are giving you your self-contained architecture to do whatever you like with. And one of the great things about Iboss and our licensing model is we have an option called Unlimited. And what we can do is we can give you access with Unlimited to every single feature that we have now and in the future. So essentially, if you pick that licensing model, you are future-proofing your investment in cloud security. Now, moving up to the top part of it, well, top part of this diagram, the cloud. So SaaS, IaaS, or public cloud, and open internet. So what we've done, we've removed the need to backhaul data via VPNs for remote users. We've removed the need to go through the security stack on premise, so whether it's in one office or multiple offices in one country or on a global basis, with our cloud solution. So it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you have an internet connection, you'll be connected to Iboss, and anything you do in the cloud will be secured. Now, how do we actually do it? And this is our, I suppose, our secret sauce, and it is our architecture. Now, I've tried to keep this as simple as possible, and this helps represent our architecture versus anybody else's architecture. So Iboss is containerized, it's yours, and if you think of it, we've given you the capability of taking your server room and putting it in the cloud, and you have the same capabilities, the same dedicated resource, whereas a multi-tenanted architecture is shared. So you would be running whatever security solution on a cloud architecture such as AWS or Azure, so it's not dedicated to you. So with the Iboss architecture, a customer gets 1, 2, 3, however big they are as in terms of an organization, we will scale the solution accordingly, and they will get dedicated cloud gateways. Now, these cloud gateways are completely isolated. There's no sharing of data, there's no sharing of computing resource or anything like that, so as if it is still sat in your server room. And one of the great things about these is we give them static IP addresses. Now, static IP addresses might seem a little bit trivial, but when you start to look at how these are implemented in the cloud, there's a bigger picture. You can start to make public applications private, so the likes of Okta and Box and Salesforce, you can start to link your IP addresses to those services to say, we guarantee that this is us because it's coming from our fixed IP address, where you can't do that with the multi-tenanted environment because you will have a block or massive range of IP addresses and a lot of network address ranges that are in use and also aren't in use at the moment. So you can't have that kind of locking down of services. And I can't speak for the rest of Europe because every country is different, but in the UK, we have this service called PDNS, which covers public sector organizations. And you need a static IP address to link up to this PDNS service. So Iboss does that out of the box. In terms of the breadth of capabilities, so proxy, firewall, IPS, CASB, etc., they're all in one place for you. They're all coming from your dedicated architecture. So you can start to look at how you can get a better return on your security investment by migrating certain functionality to the cloud. Many moons ago when Iboss started, it focused on the web side of things, so the web proxy and migrating customers from the on-premise solution to the cloud. But now it's firewall, IPS, CASB, DLP, remote browser isolation. We give that to you in your own dedicated platform. So we're giving you the ability to go from legacy to cloud first, reducing complexity, reducing costs, reducing management overhead, etc., etc. And the great thing also is our architecture perfectly ties into zero trust, SASE, and secure service edge architectures and methodologies, which that's another conversation. But in terms of what we've learned and what's next, so again, 5 points. So I've tried to keep it as relevant as possible. So secure, flexible working is essential. So flexibility equals normality for users. That's what they want. So they want to be able to open their device and work and close it, not think about security, which is what we have at Iboss. Cloud first strategy is critical for success. So you've got to have an adaptable cloud security platform. You can't have one that will say it's SASE and it can do this and do that. And as soon as you open the bonnet, it's a mishmash of different solutions. We are one solution created by us, engineered by us, maintained, built by us. Now, zero trust, there's going to be a massive shift to zero trust, and it's being led by the Americans. So there was a presidential decree last year, and one of the pillars is zero trust, and that is propagating to the UK. The UK government is looking at bringing something out, which I imagine EU and individual governments will be doing something very similar very soon, but I haven't read up on what's happening in the rest of Europe, but it'd be interesting to see. But our architecture is perfect because we give 1 point to implement your zero trust architecture, which is that single IP address on a per gateway basis. There's a shift in technologies to cloud first. Lots of our customers have got rid of lots of architecture. There's lots of cost savings. So cost, complexity, technology, hardware, software, they've got rid of it all. They've moved to Iboss. And one of the great things, which is the last point, is at Iboss, it was absolutely business as usual during the pandemic. Nothing changed. The only thing that did change was the office was closed. But everything else was business as usual. There was no user impact, no architectural shift, because we had the cloud platform to actually service us and also the customers that we have service themselves. Now, very last slide, I'm going to give you some ideas of customers, who we beat, and customer drivers. So these examples here, they are America-centric, but it gives you an idea of the organizations that we protect. And if we pick on ExxonMobil, they're a multinational with 71,000 users. So they ripped out a lot of their architecture in favor of Iboss. And with all these customers, and there's many more examples, and we are working on some European-centric use cases, there are common drivers: flexible working, cloud migration, zero trust, SASE, secure service edge, removal of architecture, and cloud first strategies. And when you actually look at the vendors that are listed on the bottom, we've replaced them in terms of being incumbents, and we've also matched them blow for blow in terms of their opportunities, and we beat them in those user examples there. So we can punch with the best of them. So that's it for Iboss. I know it's a very much a whistle-stop tour of who we are and what we do. So open the floor to any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Very insightful presentation. It was interesting to listen because we are using Iboss as well. So
I know.
So now look into. I of course have seen this such kind of presentation, but it was interesting to look again deeper. But yeah, what is the typical path of a customer who looks at and adopts the Iboss platform?
So the typical path where customers start looking at us is the web proxy side of things. So a lot of users, a lot of customers reference Gartner and the Magic Quadrant, and they're looking for alternatives. But when they start to look at what we can actually do, it starts off with the web proxy, but then it goes to, right, we can get rid of the VPN. Right, that's another thing. And we can introduce additional technologies. So it's not only what we can replace. So the web proxy side of things, get rid of the hardware, multiple sites, and this, that, and the other. But it's also what we can actually bring as well. And when you start to stack up how much a firewall solution costs, intrusion detection, intrusion prevention, DLP, when you start to compare it from our unlimited licensing model, which I mentioned earlier, and you compare it to multiple solutions with multiple SKUs, it becomes incredibly cost effective, incredibly quickly. and moving customers to the cloud. We had an example a fortnight ago where one of our engineers in a week moved a customer's organization over from their on-premise solution to Iboss. So there's all sorts of reasons. The starting point, as I say, is the web, but then the conversations just snowball, and it shouldn't be actually limited to web. We shouldn't have our blinkers on thinking about that. We should be thinking of a cloud-first strategy. And also, we're going to be having a load of messaging around zero trust and our capabilities around zero trust, which I only just touched on in the presentation because our environment is perfect for that as well.
Okay. And so, as I understand, there are at least one element is this cloud platform, Iboss. And what other elements are needed? Are there some endpoint agents or something else?
Yes and no. So in terms of the architecture, we are cloud first. So we have a private cloud architecture, which is global, and it can scale, as I've already mentioned. We've got options for tie-ins with AWS and Azure. So if you want to run Iboss on your architecture specific to you, you can do that. We've got options for hybrid as well. So there are some customers in certain verticals that would require a physical appliance, but we can link the two together. We manage them as one, and you get the same capability as well. But also there's the very, very small percentage of customers that require an on-premise physical appliance, so we can do that as well. But in terms of what goes on the endpoint, it is literally, we call it the Iboss connector, which is a pack file which redirects traffic. So there's no scanning, there's incredible small amount of resources used up to redirect traffic. And that's it. That's all we need. And the bigger the organizations, the more configuration you can do in terms of things like geolocations and policies and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, with Iboss having the ability to migrate so many legacy capabilities, what is the actual backend architecture?
How do you mean the backend architect? How do you mean?
No, are there multiple architectures both together?
Right, yes.
Does it run on
no,
services like ABS?
Sorry, I completely misunderstood the question.
Yeah.
So, right, our architecture is our own, and it's Paul Martini, who is our CEO. He came up with it. It's his baby. But basically, it is a self-contained architecture that's been built from scratch. And it started off in the web proxy side of things in the cloud, and it's just grown and exploded from there. And we are 100% Iboss. There's no acquisitions. There's no additional bolt-on technologies. It is one platform. So going back to our architecture, it is literally as if we've taken the contents of your server room, put it in the cloud, and it's still yours. So there's no third parties, nothing. And the great thing about our architecture, that it's ours, we can be dynamic. And if you look at the second half of last year, we added key capabilities such as remote browser isolation, cloud app isolation, reverse proxy, advanced DLP functionality, and we've got some additional functionality coming out in a quarterly release in a fortnight as well. So we're very, very flexible, very dynamic, and we can bring things to our customers very, very quickly. But yes, the architecture is 100% ours.
Okay. Good. Very nice. Okay, thank you again, Chris.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, now you can run for a lunch.
Yeah, I'm a bit hungry now.
So we already here, but you are two hours behind us, so bon appetit to you.
Thank you.
And yeah, I see our next speaker, Michael, has joined. Hi, Michael, or Michael. Yeah. Guten Tag.
Whichever you prefer. Hello, guten Tag.
Yeah. So yeah, Michael from Conpal from Germany has joined. So, and he will tell about Conpal encryption product. How can it be useful when organizations want to secure their internal information like documents and other files? So, Michael, screen is yours.
Wonderful. Do you see my slides yet? They should be.
Yep, we do.
Okay, well, thanks for joining us. I've given my presentation the title 2021, the year security had to stay home. We'll get to why I named it that in a minute, and as Gattis has already spoiled, I'm going a little bit into what Conpal does, and but we're starting somewhere else actually. I'm starting with saying hi myself. I'm the head of communications and marketing at Conpal GmbH. We're based in Frankfurt, a security company with a strong focus on encryption. We have some joint history with the Utimaco Safeware AG and a close partnership to this day with them. The same goes to some extent for Sophos as well. And we have a fair amount of customers throughout Europe, throughout the world, ranging from 1 to 250,000 or so installations of our software. So it scales fairly well. We sell indirectly, which means through distributors and resellers, of course, with a focus, as you can imagine, in Germany, DACH, Europe, and then the rest of the world, basically in that order when it comes to the order of magnitude. So the year security had to stay home. If you were thinking about security and homes, you were probably thinking of something like this. But this being the 21st century, most of our pets aren't guard dogs anymore. For most of us, our pets this year were probably something like that. And all these home office animals were, I wonder what they were thinking about the last 1 or 2 years. I would suppose they were happy to have someone there to feed them all the time and not leave the house in the morning and come back late at night. So they might be wondering, what's going to happen next? Is my owner, is my feeder, is he going to be there forever now? He's going to be there for the next year. Is he going to stay at home in 2022? That remains to be seen. But there's some arguments to be made that home office or remote work will remain with us even if and even when the pandemic is over, and presence working in the office is possible without any problems in itself. Because the last 2 years have promoted the trend towards remote working that's been going on for a while. I've gathered some statistics here to basically underline that argument. To tell a long story short, people have gotten a taste for remote work. Companies have had to adopt it and are realizing that it works to some extent. If you do it right, it can be a valuable asset, especially when you're looking for talent. I'm sure some of you are trying to hire new colleagues and finding it challenging. We are, that's for sure. And very often offering remote work opens up a whole new scope of talent that you can reach out to. So most likely remote work will stay with us to some extent, more or less, depending on the industry, depending on, I suppose, the companies as well. That applies not to everybody in the same to the same extent. I'm sure you're aware of that as well. Some industries find it very difficult to enact remote work policies. Some, it's basically built into the system already. Freelancers are remote work natives, let's say. But remote work tends to be basically skewed towards the younger, the urban, the more educated, sometimes also to executives and senior officials, freelancers, as I've mentioned. And there again, we touch upon the subject of recruiting and of teamwork. If you're trying to recruit people, you're going to be more likely to find them if you can look abroad, if you can offer remote work. And if you're working together with freelancers to fill in the gaps, again, they will not be coming to your office. Most likely they will be working from their own offices. And that has some implications for security. That's not much of a surprise there. What is surprising, or what I found surprising in researching this, was the amount to which companies are still unprepared or not completely prepared to meet the security demands that remote work offers. Basically, remote work is the physical embodiment of a mantra that's been going on in the security community for some time. That is, the perimeter is gone. The security perimeter that you used to have around your company with firewalls, that's just gone. It's gotten porous and then disappeared and was replaced with a zero trust mantra, saying, well, attacks are coming from inside and they're coming from outside of your system. You have to make it so that no matter where an attack is coming from, you're equally prepared to counter it and to be protected from it. That goes for remote work more than anything else. Remote workers have caused in the last 2 years a number of breaches in companies, security breaches. They don't get the security training that they should be getting. In many cases, they don't get the hardware and software that they need to protect themselves properly. There is a lot of work there to be done. The German IT industry organization has sort of handed out a list of hot fixes or priorities that companies should be looking at if they want to secure their remote work environments. You'll see them here. I'm sure they're fairly obvious and self-explanatory. And on the right, there's a current assessment of how well some of these have been implemented. And there are some seizable gaps. I was surprised that around 30% or so of companies aren't using encryption, aren't even planning to use encryption at this point, and then only around 60% had it in place before the pandemic even hit. That was 2020, which I thought would be fairly late in the game to start on an encryption solution. But as for us, as we're selling an encryption solution, that means there is some considerable upside there, because there's business that we can make and that our resellers and distributors such as you, Gatis, can make together with us. So what is the conclusion of this trend and of the gaps that we've identified there? Well, I've mentioned the zero trust mantra. That is something that should be built into every system that gets updated towards remote working. Encryption, like I said, should be a feature everywhere and at all times, at least for data that's sensitive or mission critical. And when it comes to cloud services that you're using or to service providers that you're employing, there also has to be a zero knowledge mantra in place, meaning that whoever is providing your cloud service or your application service should not be able to access the data, not be able to access your applications or your systems in any way that goes beyond what they absolutely need to have to do. And that has proven to be an issue, especially for cloud services that are based abroad, namely in the US. I'm sure you've all heard about the Schrems 2 or Facebook case that was brought before the European court 2 years ago, I think it was, where the result was that mainly or basically there is an inconsistency between the GDPR, the data protection guidelines that are in place, and the political landscape in the US, or the legal landscape in the US, which requires companies that are based there to offer up data to the authorities in a way that is not in line with the GDPR. There is no solution for that as of now, no good solution. And in many of the cloud models that are offered and which work very well and which have layers of security, that nevertheless is not a zero knowledge policy in place, and there really should be. As for us, IT security workers, we face a number of challenges when we set up our remote work systems. We have to make sure that the same protection applies everywhere, and everywhere means not just a different physical location, but a different network, because working from home, your employees will be using their private providers. Very often they will use their own devices, and it's going to be difficult to ensure the same level of protection and enforce security guidelines on these private devices. Very often employees don't like the idea of having their employer have access to their own phone, to their own computer, even though they're working on it. And like I said, the security perimeter is gone, so security officers will have to find new ways of protecting the systems wherever they are from attacks from the outside and from the inside. So even post-pandemic, we're going to have to deal with these issues. That's where we come into play with encryption. Conpal offers a file and folder encryption. That means it's an encryption that happens on the endpoint device before the data is moved anywhere, stored anywhere. Basically on a PC, on a Mac, on an Android phone, an iPhone, an iPad, or your tablet. You can employ the Conpal Landcrypt software, and it will encrypt any file that you're using with your usual apps. So using a key that's been assigned by the central administrator, and in this way protect the data that you're using. So you can collaborate in teams using other platforms where you're moving the data back and forth through the other platforms without making them visible to the platform owners, making them visible to other people who might be spying into this platform. Basically, only those that have the right key will be able to access the software. We usually see that technology come into play in a number of scenarios. And if you're a reseller, you might be mentally going through your list of customers right now and saying, right, this is that kind of case. This might be of interest here or there. There is the basic setup where an HR department wants to be sure that contract or salary data is protected from anybody and everybody else in the company, including the IT administrator. They basically don't want the IT administrator to know how much his colleagues are making, how much the boss is making, how much the colleagues might be making. And they're usually the first to look for a solution to encrypt their data on in a role-based scheme to make sure that only they can access it. A very similar approach is the crown jewel customer. That is a company that has a significant IP, intellectual property to protect, or a research company, very often in the healthcare or biotech industries. They, again, want to be sure that only the relevant teams are able to access this data, to work with it, and that no one else can leak it, look into it, hand it out, or whatever. So they're another customer that we see approach us very often. Then there are industry standards that carry data protection implications, like TISAX for the automotive industry, HIPAA for the healthcare sector. Then in Germany there are a number of others. The GDPR, of course, covers all industries and has the same implications. Data needs to be protected. There are some clauses there that basically scream, encrypt your data at every point and any time. And very often companies that are looking into being GDPR compliant or TISAX compliant will search for an encryption solution. Sometimes there are organizations that are merged or that have to have an internal firewall for legal reasons or for regulatory reasons. they also benefit from having a role-based encryption in place that makes sure only one half of the company can access their data and the other half can access the other half of the data. And finally, the very security conscious companies will have encryption in place everywhere for everybody, role-based, and does make sure that no data gets leaked. That's a sort of a shoot first, ask questions later, encrypt first, and then ask questions later approach. That is helpful, especially if you have a large unstructured set of data and you're still trying to get a hold of what exactly is in there, what might be GDPR relevant, what might be mission critical, and you just want to be on the sure side, on the safe side. So I've mentioned that we offer a solution in this area, and I'm going to touch on it only very shortly. You can find out more on the website. I'm very happy to take your calls. My number is on the last slide, and I'll explain. Basically, we've been developing our Conpal LANcrypt solution for the last 3 years at a very high pace. We started over with a product that we acquired a few years back that was still very much based in the Windows world, and we've expanded it. This is the renew and complete phases that you see on the slide here. We've expanded it to work well with data storage outside of the Windows file system and with smartphones, tablets, I've mentioned Mac computers. So we've made it multi-platform from what used to be just a Windows solution. And we're very actively continuing this development. We have a number of new versions coming out this year. And the basic direction, of course, is going towards developing this into a 100% cloud capable solution that can be hosted as a managed service, for instance, that will integrate well with other cloud services. That's what we have coming in the next months and years. In a bit more detail, the roadmap this year, this might be interesting for the resellers, has at least 2 releases for the Windows, Mac, and mobile products. We have a Linux client as well. That's sort of grayed out here because Linux is it's a many-headed beast. So depending on which particular iteration you're looking at, we might be able to sort of just get that right there and put it into place, or have to screw around with it a little bit to make it work. But the technology is there, and we've already seen it put to use in some scenarios with great effect. Finally, one of our, let's say, brothers, technological brothers, is nearing its end of life. Sophos Safeguard file encryption, Safeguard enterprise file encryption. That's the end of life of this product is in 2023. Sophos has announced in October of this year that customers using some of its components, like the file encryption component, should better switch over to LANcrypt. LANcrypt is the recommended alternative. Not only because the technology is very similar and the handling is very similar, but because there is a tool in place to migrate customers from existing Sophos enterprise file encryption, Safeguard enterprise file encryption setups to Conpal LANcrypt without decrypting any of the data. You just port the keys from the old software into the new, and then you're ready to go without having to touch any of your data. So that's something we're going to be very busy with this year, apart from our roadmap and everything else. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, or offer some more insights if you like, not just right now. How am I doing for time? I wasn't looking at the clock. I might be a bit ahead of timer, if I'm right.
We have right 5 minutes for questions and discussion. So you were very precise, like German does, yeah.
Well, maybe a little bit excited and talking a little bit faster than I had in my dry run before.
Yeah, no, I was really you told about this research, and from such perspective, other vendors are doing it differently. So such interesting data, and I will analyze later one more time what you showed there. But from my side, maybe there are two questions or three. So yeah, you mentioned the GDPR as compliance regulation. Which compliance regulations do you find as biggest drivers towards encryption and security? Is it just GDPR or something else as well?
Well, we find that most industries have their own set of, or their own Pandora's box of compliance standards that they need to follow. But at the heart of very many of them, like TSAX, for instance, there is the GDPR. It's not a carbon copy in any case, but very often if you're GDPR compliant and ISO 2700 or 27001 compliant, then you've got these vertical compliance scenarios already covered. In Germany, of course, we have our own set of compliance standards. There's one for the healthcare sector with the wonderful German word Krankenhauszukunftsgesetz. It just rolls off the tongue very nicely. Then there's one for schools and education, which also has been seeing a lot of, we're getting a lot of attention. Digitalpakt, it's called in Germany. And I'm sure that other countries have the same kind of compliance regimes in place. And very often we find that with our knowledge of the GDPR and our capabilities there and the ISO 27001, we can help customers rather nicely and without a lot of hassle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then one more question. So, document encryption, it usually lost my English word, frightens customers because it's related with ransomware. So, what is the role of Conpal encryption in preparing for ransomware attacks?
Well, ransomware, of course, or protection against ransomware attacks is a wild field. It requires a number of measures that you have to take. But there is one thing you can prevent with your own encryption solution, and that is with the data being leaked or used by someone else. So the two poison darts that a ransomware attack can shoot at you, one making your data unavailable to you, that is something we cannot do much about. You need other layers of protection for that. But the second one, threatening you with using the data, selling it to a competitor, or not just threatening, but just doing it, that is something that we can very well prevent, because once that data is encrypted, it's useful to you and no one else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because exactly, ransomware attackers maybe the main purpose is to leak this information. And maybe one more thing before I let you go. We saw quite impressive roadmap, but if you look to products and functionality, maybe you can give some highlights which you will introduce.
Yes, this is a bit of a behind the screens sneak peek that we haven't talked to outside of our partners. We have a portable encryption solution coming up, a password-based encryption solution that will enable you to share files safely encrypted with people outside of your organization who do not have the Conpal encrypt software on their computer, the big Conpal encrypt software on the computer. And we see a lot of interest from that because it will enable, for instance, safe communication of bills or of medical data with the end customers for, let's say, attorneys or doctors' offices. So that's something that's coming up, and that is just the tip of the iceberg, because the whole strategy that underlies the concept of where to apply encryption in your communications, how to enable a user to select the level of encryption that they want and the audience that they're reaching out to, the contacts that they're reaching out to. That is, of course, a very, very fascinating field, especially when it comes to modern collaboration tools, where you're flexibly switching between teams, working together with freelancers, and having to make changes in your security and encryption regime on the fly as you go. One week you might be working with this freelancer, the next week someone else, and you have to make sure that they do not have access to the data beyond what they actually need to be doing with you or for you. And that's something we're going to look into in very short order. We have some updates basically sitting on the shelf waiting to be released. And that's going to make our work in the next year very exciting.
That sounds really interesting. Please let us know when it appears.
I shall.
And in general, about all news in your roadmap. Okay, thank you again. Danke schön.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for coming. So yeah, we are right on time. So it's 5 minutes past 2. And it means that we are arriving at the last, but definitely not least, presentation for our kickoff. And final session will be hosted by Rick from Scale Computing, and he will make introduction to a hyper-converged infrastructure and scale computing's approach. So if you plan to refresh or upgrade your servers or storage infrastructure, then this session definitely will be relevant to you. So I'm Rick.
I'm here.
You are here. Okay. So we see not the presenting mode, but this admin mode or
admin mode. Okay. Let me see if I can fix this. It should be not too complicated, I think. Just
do you have one screen or two screens?
I got two. That's the.
Yeah.
Now it should be all right now.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, screen is yours and.
Lovely. Or is it gone now? Yeah, it is. Jezus, wat een gekut. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Let's do this again, shall we? It's this. Ik ben er gek van, wat een kutsysteem, jongens. Even kijken hoor. I don't know. Is it good now, or is it still in
It's good.
Is it good? Good. Lovely. Well, sorry for the delay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rick Wenthrop. I am the sales manager for the Baltic states at Scale Computing in Europe. And what I'm going to tell you today is our vision on hyperconverged infrastructure. Now, that might sound something like you haven't heard before, or you heard from it. That is something for really, really big companies. I'm going to share with you our vision today on how we see these things, and that's quite different, I can tell you. Let's start with ourselves. We are an American-based software company that was founded in 2008. Initially, we had a software-defined storage solution, but pretty soon we came to the point where we integrated a hypervisor into that, and from there the road went onwards. We're still privately owned, though. We have about 160 employees, and we have a global coverage with offices in multiple countries. Headquartered still in the US. European quarter is in the Netherlands, and we have remote offices in the UK, in Canada, in Germany, and in South Africa. We are, the nice way to say is technology driven. You can also say we're a bunch of nerds, but we are continuously trying to make our product better, make it suit better to the needs that our customers have. So we keep on developing it. We have a very large R&D staff as it is. And within this whole hyperconverged infrastructure, we were one of the first that came in there. We did it somewhat different than others. We'll show you that in a second. And we have over 25 patents that protect our own thoughts and developments into that. And people really, really like us. We have over 3,000 customers worldwide, and they really enjoy what we offer. We have an average Net Promoter Score of 91. There's over 600 case studies available online, and that's quite a lot if you recognize that's about 20% of all our customers who are willing to go online and tell everybody what they experience, what is good, what is not so good, what could be better. And the funny thing is that if you look at those case studies and from a bit longer ago, and you will see some kind of recommendations, they should change this, they should add that, then you will mostly find that also in later feature releases of our software. So we really listen to our customers and try to give them the best experience. Now, that's also being recognized to the larger extent, right? Companies, institutions like Gartner, for example, with their Magic Quadrant, they really recognize this and put us in there. In our peer reviews, you can see that people really enjoy working with us, giving us the highest rate, in fact, on overall and on service. So really, really proud there to work together with our customers to get there. What is it that we do? Well, HCI is our hyperconverged infrastructure, as you see here. The official definition is, pardon me, the integration of server, storage, networking, and virtualization layers into a single solution architecture. That's a lot of words, and maybe it's easier to show you graphically what that means. Let's start with the classical. Okay, I trust everybody knows what a virtual machine is. A virtual machine is basically fed by the resources that it needs. So it's cores for processor speed, it's RAM, and it's storage. And what you see here is the typical way of how we used to do that in the past 10 years. Okay, so our virtual machine, which is basically a server that runs an application on an operating system such as Windows or Linux, defines its own virtual storage. That virtual storage is used to store the data that you create in that VM, right? To be able to do that, you have a virtualization layer. In this case, it is a VMware, and that is running on top of a number of servers. And the number of servers, they provide the cores, they provide the RAM that they need to build the VMs. But you still have those virtual disks, right? They need to have some kind of a physical spot. And in order to do that, a physical storage unit, for example, a SAN or an S, is connected through a network to those servers, so they can share this storage pool. Now, what you see immediately is that there's a lot of complexity in the way this is set up, right? Especially if you have components from different vendors, let's say Dell servers and an HP storage unit, for example, or Pure or Nimble or what you have. Then you can be in quite some challenges, especially when it comes to updating. You have to read your hardware conversion license and all that, the library. So it is hardware compatibility list, sorry. So it can be quite complex, and that can't be the case because you're talking about an infrastructure, right? Hyperconvergence allows you to put those resources in the silos that you need and simply directly add them to the virtual machines. And that means that everything is integrated into single servers. You don't have separate storage units. So it's very easy to run your VMs. It's also easy to expand this, and it's very easy to keep it lower uptime. If we look at ourselves, we take those solutions and we offer it for both SMB or SME, a mid-market and enterprise organization. So no matter how big or how small you are, we can offer you a solution. And that solution is completely integrated and a turnkey solution. That means server, storage, virtualization, networking, everything is included, is integrated into one simple box. And you simply connect those boxes in order to host your virtual machines. These platforms, they are really reliable. They are able to run autonomously, and that means that if something goes wrong with the hardware anywhere, the system doesn't stop, but it simply finds a way to carry on without that defective component. I will show you that in a second. The next thing is that because of our own engineering and because of the fact that we have really been putting focus in making it small and lean and slimline, is that we have solutions that can be used from edge to data center. I don't know if you're familiar with edge. Edge is running workloads not in the cloud, not in the data center, but on the spot where it happens, right? So if, for example, if you have an organization that has a number of factories on different locations, you don't want to run all the applications that control your process, for example, in a cloud instance and then suffer from the latency in between because there's a physical distance, right? You want to run those locally, but you don't want to have somebody over there needing to babysit the whole thing if, in case something goes wrong. That's exactly what we offer. Core and everything, simplicity is key. You will hear this more often, but we provide an infrastructure. And an infrastructure is nothing more but a platform where you can run on your applications. Now, these applications are important because these applications allow you to send an invoice to your customer, allow you to run your production process, allow you to check your inventory, and so on and so on. So it's very important that you put all the focus of your ICT staff on those applications. The infrastructure itself is not interesting. It just needs to be there and run. So the less time you spend on that, the better. Should something occur, then we always have premium support included. No matter what node type you buy, premium support is always included. And that means that you have a local phone number that you can call 24/7. You will get to an engineer within 2 minutes, right? So no call scripts, no call center with people reading out what they have to read, but no clue what it is. No endless web pages where you have to indicate what your problem is before you can get any support. No, you simply dial this local phone number. Even if it's in the middle of the night, you will get a person on the phone and they will help you. You can grant them access to your cluster so they can run the diagnostics and solve the problem, at least tell you what the problem is. Pardon me. So as I said, we do this on 3 different deployments. First of all, it's edge, as I said, so run your workloads outside the data center, where everybody has been moving to the cloud for the last 10, 12 years. You will now see that there's a movement going back of workloads that you want to have where you can see them because of latency, because of dependence of internet connectivity, but also because you want to know where your data is, right? Especially when it's more privacy sensitive. It's really important to know where your data is. If you have 20, 30, 50, 100, 1,000 sites, you want to make sure you can manage that from a central point. You don't want to have that autonomous on every like it's completely independent. Okay, you want to have a central control over that. But that high availability that we discussed earlier, right? The ability for the system to run and keep on running should be locally. Okay, and very important, especially if you come to smaller sites, you want to have a compact footprint. You don't have space for a large 19-inch rack on every location that you run your business, right? So you want to keep it as small as possible. The second is on-premise infrastructures. And with on-premise infrastructures, we mean we put the resources on-premise, right? So either with a customer, with an end user that runs its workload from there, or we do it with an MSP who is able to run workloads from his customers on his environment. And by doing that, it's going to be a component of a hybrid cloud infrastructure. Okay, so part of the workloads run in the cloud. The cloud is somebody else's computer, but could as well be your scale system. Part of them runs locally, and by doing so, part of them runs also on things like Azure or AWS. So in totality, you have a hybrid cloud infrastructure that allows you to run the workloads in the optimal place. Now, whatever type of configuration you want, it is available. We have over 4,000 different configurations for you, and you can easily scale out if you need more resources to add to your system. The third one is a bit of a niche. It's called business resiliency, and what we do there is we combine it with Acronis, which is a technology partner of ours. And what we do there is we make sure that workloads from multiple platforms are optimal, protected, and allow continuity. So it means you have a hybrid solution that saves your backup data to the Acronis cloud or to Azure or to AWS or to a local instance. And then again, make sure that you can do a disaster recovery locally from your scale cluster. I will show you that in a second. As I said before, we are technology driven. We are a bunch of engineers, a bunch of nerds, a bunch of geeks, whatever you want to call it. But in everything that we do, 2 things are most important. First of all is the high availability that's designed in. And the second is that we want to maximize simplicity or eliminate complexity. It's whatever option you choose. But those two are important in everything that we do. Let me give you an example. Let's take a 3-node cluster of scale nodes, right? This is kind of a heavy solution. We also have them smaller, but just for an example, right? Because this is where I can easily show you what's in there. Now, in those nodes, you will find, let's take this as an example. We have two 16-core CPUs, we have 512 gigs of RAM, and we have 12 disks. Now, 9 of those are spinning disks, 3 of those are SSDs, and the total there is 50 terabytes of storage. In fact, we have 3 of those. In this case, they are similar. That's not necessary. You can build them with any configuration that you like, and you can also expand with any configurations you like. So if you want to add more storage to this cluster, but you have enough CPU and RAM left over, you can make those very small and put a lot of storage in your additional node and expand with that. Okay, now taking these, we're going to look at those 3 different resource pools and allocate them together. So in this example, we have 96 cores in our CPUs, we have 1.5 terabyte of RAM, and we have 36 disks with a total capacity of 151 terabytes. Everybody agree? Okay, so we put those simply together. And as we said, the thought is that a virtual machine can simply opt in those pools and take whatever we need. Now, to make sure that we have high availability, we reserve failover capacity. And that means the capacity of one node, so not one node in particular, but just one node capacity, so in this case 32 cores, are reserved for failover instances. Same goes for those 512 gigs of RAM that's being reserved, so virtual machines are not placed in that space. If we look at storage, we do it somewhat differently. We break up all the files that you want to store into very small blocks, very small data blocks. And those data blocks will be stored on 2 different disks on 2 different nodes. So your data is always redundantly present in the cluster. Okay. Now we have 2 tiers in our storage. We have an SSD tier and a spinning disk tier. And this allows you to choose whether you want to put it high available or you want to use a bulk storage, which is cheaper to store and improve resilience over that. And you can do this all software defined if you want to. Now, so we start and we run on virtual machines, as you see here. And on a bad day, there is a virtual machine that goes to complete node that crashes for whatever reason. Might be a power supply, well, they're redundant, but maybe 2 or whatever. This node fails, okay? Now, what happens is that you will see that the resources that we have for those, they come out of production because they're no longer valid, okay? So in that case, the failover capacity is simply being made available. The data is already redundant and the virtual machines simply move live to another node and just carry on. So you will have no downtime. You will just move on. And once the node is back online, we can simply place back the virtual machines if at all necessary. So a very, very reliable platform. We have customers that haven't had a minute of downtime in over 8 years or over 10 years even. Okay. Next thing that I said is we want to keep it simple, right? So the simplicity engineered means that we eliminate complexity. It is so easy that we do not have extensive training programs, certification programs, Scale University, Scale Academy. I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that has a extensive VMware experience, for example. I believe currently you can take over 120 courses in order to certify yourself as a VMware professional. We think that because of the fact that we supply an infrastructure, we need to keep it as simple as possible. And therefore you do not need extensive training, education, certification, and so on. That also comes down to our management portal, available on every node in an HTML5 browser, so you do not have to install separate software on your endpoints. Very, very easy to use, very intuitive. And if you want to, you can take all the commands and even more with a REST API to your own platform if you want to control it from there. Okay. As a result, you save 40 to 75% of your management time in order to manage your cluster. And that is time that you can spend on something else or time where you don't need a person to do it for you. Okay, so that's really, really effective. The second is that we have been continuously working on our own system, on our own solution, And one of the results is that we have a very, very limited footprint. Where other vendors take easy 64 gigabytes of RAM per node in order to run their software, we only take 4 gigabytes of overhead per server. And that means that we can run on very, very small devices indeed, that we run outside data centers. That's a true edge solution available. I'll show you in a second. And the third part in simplicity is basically make it easy what you buy. So everything that you need, everything that the software can do is available in every node. That includes backup functionality, that includes disaster recovery, anything you like. There's no surcharge for virtualization software, right? If you take VMware, for example, on whatever platform you're going to run it, you will need to have a VMware license, right? With us, you don't need to do it because our virtualization is done in our own hypervisor, which is KVM based, and is always included. Management tooling, SCCM in Hyper-V, for example, we don't have that. It's all embedded. There's no specific feature that you additionally need to pay for. There's no limit to the number of VMs that you can run. There's no limit to the number of hosts that you can run it on. And also, as I said before, premium support is always included in the price. So if you put those together, you can see that we do have an affordable solution. In fact, we have the lowest total cost of ownership in the market when it comes to HCI solutions. And that has a number of reasons. As I said before, we don't need any trainings or certifications. That not only costs you money, it also costs you time. And as an organization, you will be dependent on the person who has had that training because they are the ones who can manage your infrastructure. We don't have that. Anyone with 3 to 5 months of IT experience can run a scale environment without any problem. There's no additional licensing cost involved, so any feature that you want to have immediately available. Downtime is basically something we do not have. You can't say we'll never have any downtime, but just say virtually we have no downtime. If you're going to do an update, it's a rolling upgrade where everything is updated, both software and hardware, and you can do that on the fly. You don't need to do that after hours, in the weekends. It just goes on. Our software makes hardware more efficient because we only use a very limited number of or count of overhead, and you need less time to manage your infrastructure. So all in all, just to wrap it up, so with this, the cost of running your infrastructure is the lowest that you can find, with all the advantages that HCI has to offer, as I just showed you. We supply this as an appliance, a turnkey appliance, and we have them in all kinds of varieties. And if you look to the left, you might recognize this server type. It is indeed based on the Intel NUC. And we can take 3 of those, combine those, run our software on it, and you will have a high availability cluster to locally run your workloads outside the cloud, outside the data center, just there where it happens. Think of, for example, IoT, where a lot of data is generated that you don't want to send over networks. Think about video surveillance. Think about local workloads, for example, in the supermarket, cash registers, cell scanners, all those kind of things. They can easily run on a cluster like that. You can also make it a bit bigger with the 500 and 550 series. They have a bit more capacity in there, but you can start as small as an HC150. Moving to the right, you will see our hosting platforms, and these are really nodes with unparalleled flexibility. You can add any type of storage in there. You can add 1 or 2 nodes, CPUs. You can add up to 1.5 terabytes of RAM per node. You can choose whether you're going to take spinning disks, SSDs, NVMEs, hybrid storage, whatever you like. You can add GPUs if you want to, different network interfaces. So a wide range of configurations is available. Third part is, as I said, business resilience. Business resilience really makes sure that you can store your backup data locally, but also start a virtual machine the minute things go down. We can show that later. But also there is a wide range available that is high storage capacity included, mostly spinning disk, but we can do it with any node type that you like. And you can use it as a backup target, but also as a DR node, so you can start up your virtual machines from an alternative location if your main location goes down. And the good thing is, with business resiliency, it doesn't matter what your current platform is, if it's VMware, if it's Hyper-V, if it's Scale, if it's Nutanix, or whatever it is. If it goes down, you can simply rely on your Scale cluster to restart those VMs in no time. All right, so how does it work? If we look at smaller environments, so let's say SMB, we can start at 3 nodes to cluster, or we can even run it as a single node, up to tens of virtual machines, and very, very affordable. Starting is below 10,000 euros for a 3-node cluster, and that includes your support and that includes your license. Okay, moving it bigger, we can take those hosting platforms, as I just said, and there you simply, well, as I said, anything is possible, up to a 1.3 petabyte of storage in a single cluster, but without a limit to the number of clusters that you can manage. Adding additional features such as GPUs for very graphic intense workloads like AutoCAD, for example. All NVMe if you want to have high performance, especially on VDI or database environments. And everything can be managed from a central web-based multi-cluster management tool, which is also included. Business resilience, as you see here, can be done on separate clusters, regardless if it's a scale cluster or another type where you send it to. It will immediately make virtual machines available that you can start as soon as the other system goes down, and you can simply work with there. Well, we have, as you see here, different clusters, different node types for that. Depending on the number of workloads you need to restart, we can add more or less resources to it in terms of cores and RAM, up to 192 terabytes per appliance when it comes to storage, but you can easily stack multiple nodes of that if you have more than this amount of storage demand. Then, of course, you can integrate it with a cloud environment. The software itself can run on Google Cloud Platform, but we also use targets like Acronis Cloud or Azure to use to send backup workloads to there. So there's a complete hybrid structure that you can apply on your infrastructure. As I said before, many customers, when they had a view, there's over 3,000. Well, I have some that I took here that are running in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Delhaize is a great example. That's an 800 supermarket chain in Belgium. We started with a rollout there in March of 2018. At this moment, we have done 500 of them, and the total downtime over all these stores, so that's 500 stores, it's over 1,500 servers. The total downtime of all these stores is exactly 0 minutes. And that's not standing by itself. And so that's in 4 years. We have customers in the US that started in 2013, and they still have 0 minutes of downtime that they faced. So all kinds of different types of organizations, as you see here. Coca-Cola is the Coca-Cola Beverages Africa branch that has 60 locations for bottling and for distribution. They all run on scale once they moved away from Nutanix. Northern Marine is exporting ships for Stena lines, and the entire infrastructure on board of that ship is running on a scale platform. So you see all kinds of different stuff. Always funny to say, Aston École is a customer in France, which is an education institution for adult education, and they're taking scale platforms in order to teach their students how to work with Hyper-V. I really love it. But so this is showing you what we can do. All types of different customers, and they have two things in common. First of all is that if they have multiple locations, or even a single location, they don't have the manpower to continuously babysit their infrastructure. So it really needs to be an autonomous platform that they run. And second, they cannot face downtime. Downtime, for example, in Delhaize is roughly costing 5,000 euros per minute. Well, imagine that you have to close down the thing for 4 hours to follow up on your SLA. That's quite a lot of money that you got right there. We don't show them those that kind of downtime. So it's a really, really reliable solution also for them. So to summarize, I think I have to run a bit. What we offer you is a reliable, scalable, and affordable platform to run all your workloads. It doesn't matter how big your organization is, from the smallest to the biggest. We can afford it. We can supply you with this. It is a solution that's targeted to keep your business running. We don't do downtime. We don't do complicated things. We don't have to stop the thing for updates. Everything moves and everything keeps on running. As a result, the infrastructure can save you cost, improves your resilience, and is able to grow with your business. Okay, you spend less time on it, and that by itself is enough of a saving. And as we've seen worldwide, it is a complete product. Everything you need is in there. It's trusted by over 3,000 customers, from small to large to very large. And so I'm pretty sure that we can find a solution for your demand as well. That is in brief what I had to say today. What I would like to point out is that there is an online technical walkthrough on February 23rd. And there we will go into the management portal, the GUI, the REST API, everything that's technical. My sales engineer will be present in that call to help you guide through that. I believe that we will send out the invite and the link through the mail after the session. So with that, I'd like to end. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Rick. Yeah, definitely we will share this technical walkthrough information and invite. Also, for who offer from our side is that in our office we have a scale cluster, demo cluster, which we can ship around Baltics, and you can test it by yourself, how easy it is to deploy and manage. Yeah, and I have questions to Rick, to you. So yeah, VMware and Hyper-V are very common in our region. And yeah, what would be your answer to explain how easy it is to migrate and what reasons customer could have to do it?
Yeah. There's a few things that are important in that. And first of all, it is that Hyper-V and VMware are simply virtualization layers. And that is only part of the solution that we offer, because we offer a completely integrated solution that has the storage, has the servers, has the virtualization, has the networking, all available in the cluster that's very easy to scale. Second is that if you look at total cost of ownership, scale computing is offering a way better solution than anybody else. And when it comes to migrating, there is native functionality aboard in scale computing that allows you to import VMware and Hyper-V VMs and run those on the scale cluster without any problem. And on the other hand, there are no limits to the number of workloads or the type of workloads that you can run on the scale cluster. It can be any Windows, any Linux, as long as it's supported by the vendor itself. Then we can run those workloads supported on our platforms.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And yeah, nowadays there are many options where to keep infrastructure. For example, also run VMs in a public cloud. And it makes question, isn't it cheaper and easier to just run all my VMs, for example, in Microsoft Azure? But yeah.
Yeah, you would expect that because of the way it's getting marketed, right? It's great, you just have it there, you upload your data and you're free to go. Azure is an amazing platform. It's very flexible, but that flexibility comes with a price. And what we see is that this much flexibility is offered, right? At a premium price where this much is normally required by business users. If you take that flexibility away and you look at the discounts that Microsoft is going to offer you then, even then, running your workloads on a scale platform with high availability and everything to it is saving you 30% compared to what Microsoft is quoting you in their calculator. Now, I know from a lot of people who work with Azure that the calculator shows you a cost on which you can add at least a third to come to the real cost because of egress, because of transactional cost, etc. And also, you don't know what the price is going to be next year, other than it's going to be higher than this year. So there's although you have to do the investment in getting the infrastructure on premise, whether it's you or your customer, but it really pays out very, very rapidly. Plus, you know where the data is because the data is in your server, not somewhere else. Data center Western Europe in Azure consists of 8 countries, I believe 25 different data centers, and they say we'll put backups there and there. You don't know where your data is.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, lately customers are asking for subscription-based offerings.
Yeah.
So is scale available as subscription-based?
Absolutely, absolutely. We have offerings for 1, 3, and 5 years of our software licensing, and that includes complete premium support, as I said before, and also includes the hardware support that we provide. So yeah, that's very much cool, and even better for MSPs who build their business on either infrastructure as a service or platform as a service. We can offer them to have this license cost paid on a monthly base, which makes it very easy for them to run their business. They have a subscription model where their customers pay them monthly, and their cost base is also on a monthly scale. So it's really easy and really flexible to work with that.
Yeah, it sounds very scalable.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Rick. It was a pleasure to meet you. Are you sick a little?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay.
Getting a cold. Got my booster shot yesterday, so I hope it helps.
Okay. Well, get well. Now it's
thank you.
Not easy time. But yeah, so thank you one more time. I'm sure we will see you soon in other events and or demos, because this is this scale computing is really hot topic nowadays, and they have really good offering, especially for our market. So saying this, I think that not I think, but I know that we have finished. So just a few words maybe from my side as closing, but otherwise, yeah. So thank you everyone for being with us today. I strongly believe it was useful and will help our partners and also customers to be more cyber secure in 2022. So yeah, we have ended our presentation part, but if you have any questions, you can email us personally or to info@hermitage.lt or LV. And so, yeah, in case of any questions or ideas, let us know. So have a productive rest of the day. Thank you again, and looking forward for a successful cooperation to make Baltics more cyber secure. So take care. Bye.